coordinator here at Louisiana Delta Community College. And today we are so excited to be doing a professional etiquette at a career fair virtual presentation with all of you. We are really happy that we have some partners hosting this today with us. And I would like to thank a few people and then I'll let them introduce themselves. So I want to thank the division chair of Louisiana Delta Community College School of Business, Ryan Pierce, for partnering with us on these events. So Ryan, you could say hello. Oh, wait, I have it where nobody can talk. Hang on. Let me unmute everybody. Let me see. I am so sorry. I don't know how to do that. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, there we go. We got it. I apologize. Technology.
Thanks, Julie. Appreciate that. You can't see me, but my name is Ryan Pierce, Louisiana Delta Community College School of Business and Technology. It's a pleasure to join you all on the call. Can't wait to see what we learn about professional etiquette at a career fair. For those of you that don't know, we're also live streaming this on the YouTube channel, Louisiana Delta Business and Technology YouTube channel. So thank you, Julie, for helping us to put that on. And we're also showing it live for those that are in the Student Commons area at the LDCC Monroe campus as well. So those that are hopefully in here, they may listen in and get a chance to learn something really good about professional etiquette. So thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. So awesome. We are partnering too with the Gear Up program. So we want to thank them, the Louisiana Tech College of Education and LATech, and then Louisiana Board of Regents powered by LASFA. So thank you so much for just participating with us today, inviting the high schools to attend and allowing us to be part of this wonderful program that you have through Gear Up. We're excited. All right, so now we're going to get to some introductions. We have some wonderful people here on the call today. We know at Delta Community College that some of you, you're going to transfer, you're going to go to other colleges, and we want you to be familiar with the career service professionals at those colleges. And also, Louisiana Delta might not be your choice of places to go. So we want to introduce you to people who can help you and get you started from Tech, ULM, Grambling, and also to a wonderful partner we have with Will Source Staffing, who can help you when you are trying to find a job. So we need that help. So we're going to start off with Christy Ann.
Hey everybody, my name is Christy Bain. I work at Louisiana Tech University. I'm the Assistant Director of Career Development and Special Projects. So basically I get to work with students who are searching for their major, as well as just preparing for career fairs like today. Like I said, I just work a lot with students all day. So it's a lot of fun.
Okay, Michael.
Oh my God.
Hey everybody, my name is Michael Stogsdorf-Bricker. I don't expect anybody to remember my two.
Hang on, we're gonna can you guys please mute so that Michael can talk, because I can't mute everybody and allow him to talk. So please mute so he can finish. All right, Michael.
Gotcha. I think everybody's muted. Okay, perfect. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, Michael Stogsdorf-Bricker. Don't expect anybody to remember my two last names. Just know me as the Michael over career development at ULM. So I'm the director of career development within the student affairs side of the house. So everything that's non-academic, whenever you're not going to classes, how do you interact with campus? How do you enjoy and learn from the other parts of the university that, again, aren't just classes. So that's what I do here. We work with our team to provide career fairs, events, like networking and things like this, as well as one-on-one appointments with our students to make sure that they know why they're getting their degree and how they're going to use it to maximize their earning potential and gain a meaningful life. Thanks.
All right, Kelly. Kelly on the call. All right, well, go ahead, Holly.
Hi, I'm Holly Kupia. I am the clerical and administrative specialist here at WillSource. I help people to find jobs, and I help people to work within their field to know where they fit in best and to help them find their best place possible, as well as to help the company find somebody that fits well in their being there.
Thank you so much. So we are excited to have everybody here today and to give us some wonderful advice. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started. And we're going to get started with Louisiana Tech. And do you need me to share the screen?
Oh, no, I'm just going to speak.
Okay, well, let me go right ahead.
Okay, so hello again, everybody. I'm Christine Bain. Like I said, I work at Louisiana Tech as the Assistant Director of Career Development. So as I mentioned before, I get to work with a lot of students in a wide range of what they like to do. So again, learning from what majors are here at Louisiana Tech, but also what majors are out there that they may be interested in, also to preparing for career events. And one area that I really just want to focus on for the next couple of minutes, and by the way, my cohort, feel free to chime in on your 2 cents on this topic as well. But one area I really want to focus on is social media and what that social media looks like and how you can use it to really, to your advantage, or how it can also hurt you in some cases. So there's a lot of great resources that are out there about social media do's and don'ts. So just be mindful of where you're getting your information from whenever you're learning about this. So I pulled up some of our information that we share with our students, or I pulled in some of the information that we share with our students about what to put on social media and what not to put on social media. I will age myself just a little bit. I grew up in the era where Facebook became the thing. It's not the thing to use anymore. There's several platforms that are out there now for social media and connecting with others. And in some cases they help us, and in some cases they really hurt us. And we've got to be very careful with that and very strategic in what we put out there. So branding of yourself is important. Whether you realize it or not, you are branding yourself, whether that is through intentional posts or about things that you're sharing. And again, I'm going to talk about several different types of platforms in just a general note. So just understand, like, it's not just, you know, Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. It's not just Snapchat. It's all of these things that are as one. You know, this is your social media.
How you doing?
So whether you're using Be Real or all these things matter, and they can definitely affect how you look online and how you look to those potential employers.
Somebody me.
Attention students, excuse me, everyone needs to put their telephone on and their laptop on mute, especially Ricardo.
Thank you, Kelly, I appreciate that. So here's a couple of do's and don'ts about social media. Because again, we're talking about everything from the classic, as I like to call it, the classic Facebook, to the more current Be Reals. All of these things can be found. Everything that you post online can be found by someone. And these employers, they are going to look you up. They are going to try to see what you look like online. And you want to make sure that what they are finding out about you is positive. Because again, we're trying to get that job. We're trying to, you know, brand ourselves with a positive light. So first and foremost, I can't speak, y'all. It's kind of like what Miss Kelly was just saying, and be respectful, be mindful, be positive, be supportive of what you're posting online. When others are posting things, tell them that they're doing a good job. Just be nice and supportive to them, but overall, be respectful of them. Try to avoid attacking people online. That is a major problem. And sometimes these can really come back to hurt people. In some cases, it turns into a bullying situation online, and you don't want that to be connected to your professional brand, that your name was connected somewhere out there with a situation like that. So we need to be respectful. We need to avoid some really tense conversations, maybe related to politics and religion, but some other things too. It's not that you don't need to be able to speak and share your thoughts. You absolutely have that right, but you need to be, again, mindful and strategic about where you're saying this, where you're posting it, and when you're posting it. What you're saying online will come back. So be mindful about what you're saying and strategic and what you're sharing on your social media. Hopefully you are learning about LinkedIn and other professional platforms that you can use to your advantage, but areas like LinkedIn.
Ricardo, mute yourself.
Yeah.
Christiane, we can't, maybe, I don't know. I think she normally mute.
We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Not sure how long that's been going. I'm so sorry. Can someone tell me what was the last thing that they heard me speak about?
We were talking about being respectful during social media.
Thank you. So that's been going for a minute. I'm not sure how I did that. Okay. So yes, so be respectful, be mindful of what you're posting, be strategic about the topics that you're commenting on. Be very strategic in what you're sharing. There are some topics that we may want to be careful with. So topics like religion or politics. Social media may not be the best place to put that. So just, again, be mindful about when you're sharing that and how much you're saying online. Sometimes it just may not be the best place. You have a right to your thoughts and your voice. And so be strategic in where you put that. So again, that kind of leads into oversharing information, personal information. So I grew up in an era where you go on social media and you share whatever thoughts you have. You talk about what you did that day. Things like Be Real, you take a picture of yourself exactly where you are and what you're doing. Be careful with those things. Because again, that can come back. And if you're posting it online, it can be found. We want to make sure that your employers are finding positive information about you. So again, not everything that you think needs to be posted. And that's something that we all have to be careful with. Before you share it, consider what would a potential employer think if they came back and read this. So this is how you can use your privacy settings to your benefit. Privacy settings can at least lock down your social media so that you're only showing it to certain people, not just to any particular random employer that might look you up. So start learning how to use the privacy settings of the various social media platforms that you're on. Because again, your group of people, your friends or your followers, they are going to be looking at a certain part of you. But a potential employer, if they're not following your page, or whatever, wherever you're posting, if they're not following you, they may not see what you're posting, but if you're private, they're not going to see what you're posting. Make sure that you use those privacy settings and know how they work. Another big thing to be mindful of is when you are posting, Try not to talk too negatively about other people, other employers, companies, things like that. Because again, you never know who may be working for those companies in the future, who you might run into. So trash talk, negative talk about those things, it's unprofessional, it's negative, and it really is a deterrent to making positive connections. So be mindful about that. One thing that we tell our people here is, again, if you don't want a potential employer to look at it and see it, don't post it. Don't say it. Don't share it. I keep in mind for us at Louisiana Tech, I keep thinking Dr. Geis, who is our president here at Louisiana Tech, if he were to look at my social media, what would he think of me as someone who works underneath him? What would he say? So it's not just like, what would my mother say if she saw it? But in a professional setting, what would my boss say if they saw this and if they read this? Another thing that we have to be careful with is posting during certain hours. So for those of y'all who are in class, or for those of y'all who are also working right now, if I go on my social media at this hour and I post something that is not work related, it gives off the appearance that I am, well, not working. Okay, just to be frank, it just looks like I'm not working. So avoid posting things during your workday or during your class time. It's all about strategy and mindfulness. Be mindful of what you're posting and be mindful of when you're posting, and use the time of day, hopefully to your advantage. The other thing about social media when it comes to preparing for career fairs is you don't have to connect with just about every single person that you run into. You need to have a reason to connect with them. And what I mean by that is you're not just because I shook hands with you or passed by your table at a career fair. Let's use that example. Just because I passed by your table at a career fair does not mean I need to connect with you. But if I walked up to you, I shook your hand, I'm interested in your company, I want to know more about your company, then I may go and connect with you on LinkedIn, or I may go find you on social media. And we need to do that. And we need to do some of this even before the career fairs happen. So start looking at those companies and just see who's coming, see who's going to be there, ask the people who are in charge of those fairs who may be there, so you can go do your research and go find them on social media and see them. But anyway, just to wrap up, I know I wasn't going to take too long. Sorry for the muting in between, but 2 things to leave with you about social media. Be mindful about what you're posting and be strategic about what you're posting, because whether you realize it or not, you are putting a brand out there and a brand on yourself, and not just the people that you work for. We've got a rule in our career center that I leave with my student ambassadors. When they go out on campus, when they go live their life, there's 2 rules. Don't embarrass yourself, and don't embarrass the people that you're working with or representing. And if you can meet those 2 things with whatever you're doing, then you're okay. So thank you all so much for listening in and tuning in. Again, I'm sorry for the technical interruption in the middle, Julie. But if y'all have any questions, feel free to reach out to me about social media. I run our social media here at Louisiana Tech Career Center and have a lot of fun with sharing information and resources. And again, if you're in the area or on campus, just pop into the Career Center here at Louisiana Tech. We'd love to have you. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you so much. That was great. And sorry about that. I know technology, it's interesting, but we appreciate you. We'll now turn time over to Michael from ULM.
Hey guys, again, Michael, Director of Career Development at ULM. So I don't know if anybody has been a part of a career fair before. If you haven't, most likely you will be a part of one. If you have, I hope you might resonate with what I'm going to say. And it would probably get me in trouble if my superiors were in the room, but I hate career fairs. Now, in saying that, what I mean is I hate the social aspect of career fairs. If anybody has walked around having to introduce themselves to multiple people in a very stiffy, uncomfortable situation, then that's basically how we're going to talk about. I mean, that's basically how a lot of people approach career fairs. At the same time, they make sense. if you think about how much work you would have to do to make the same amount of connections in this short amount of time that career fairs allow, it would be probably impossible. A lot of times you meet 30, 40 employers within a span of an hour. And again, the amount of work that it would take for a single person to do that is just astronomical. So right now they're the venue of choice. They're how we connect with employers most strategically. So it makes sense that instead of having to do all that legwork on the outside, you would get ready before a career fair prior to the fair. And there are ways that we can do this, okay? And there's ways that we can set ourselves apart. Now, I have been a part of dozens of career fairs before. And I'll tell you, there are a certain number of things that automatically happen, and you just can't get around them. The first thing is that kids group up together, okay? So they run around in a pack. They all show up at the same time. They run around in a pack, and one may step up here or there whenever an employer singles them out in a conversation. But otherwise, it's just, a herd mentality. The second thing is that people will fidget and look away and kind of, let their eyes wander. And it's a really hard thing to start a conversation with an employer. And then finally, the last thing they'll do is when they meet somebody, they won't shake their hands. I'm here to tell you that whenever you're looking at job searching, whenever you're looking at going to a career fair, the name of the game is how do you set yourself apart, okay? And then I would tell you that from what I can see, and I'm not trying to speak for everybody, from what I can see, the bar is low at career fairs. I'm gonna give you a couple of tips right now, should not take that long, to set yourself apart at a career fair. So first impressions are made in probably around 3 to 5 seconds. It does not take long for someone to size you up. And usually the statistics show they're pretty much right about who you are, at least professionally. The University of Iowa's management department did a comprehensive survey over a couple of years, watching how people interacted at career fairs and interviews. And what they found is that you had a 70% more likely chance of getting a follow-up from an employer if you just shook their hands. Now, I know COVID and all that, keep a hand sanitizer bottle with you if you're worried about it, but seriously, if you want to look at how to set yourself apart, 70% of people are yet a 70% more likely chance, 3/4 more likely chance of getting a call back from an employer by simply shaking their hand and looking in their eyes. So have confidence, okay? Now, if you're not good at this, don't worry. Like literally most people are not, okay? So 1, fake it till you make it. And then 2, have something prepared ahead of time, okay? To mask and show this confidence. The last thing that people size up about you is the first impression about audio or audible impression that they have of you. How you speak, not what you're saying, but how you speak is extremely important to make a good impression. And so if you mumble, if you stutter, if you rush your words, these sort of things, they'll make a bad impression. So again, having something ahead of time will be very beneficial to take the load off, take the stress off of you in making that good impression or forcing that conversation to happen. And what I like to call this, and what I think most of my colleagues here would like to call this, is the elevator pitch. So imagine that you're getting on an elevator and it's just you and this other random person gets on and you're like, it's that awkward silence. You get around 30 to 60 seconds to make some small talk. But let's say that you're on an elevator at a job that you'd really like to land, or at a building that you'd really like to land a job in. So the CEOs are beside you and you really need to make a good impression. What do you tell them? What do you do in that 30 to 60 seconds that can really make them say, oh, that was interesting? So this is what you do. Start out with your name and your situation right now, right? So usually it's like, hey, I am a bachelor's student, or hey, I am a senior in high school looking to eventually branch into what you do. It's super interesting and all of that. And then you tell them why. So for me, it's creating pathways to success for students. So it's like, hey, I'm Michael Stoggsdorf-Bricker. I've been out of school for a while. Also been working here at ULM connecting students with success. And I really love it whenever I get that final email that says, hey, I got the job I wanted. That's why I do my job often. And then finally, that's the two things. And then finally, the third thing that you want to say is something about your goals or something that is interesting about you, again, that sets you apart. I like to do something non-professional. So like for me right now, I'd be like, oh, and by the way, I don't know if you've ever been to Japan, but I have a trip on the books next summer. So I'm going to Japan then. See, like that has something that kind of throws the curveball, but really makes you stand out and like has something that you can follow up on. Usually they can talk to you about this last topic, or we'll talk to you, keying in on the first two things if it aligns with their business. And this is how you start and facilitate a conversation without having to muddle through, right? I mean, again, we've all been in the situations of having an awkward conversation. So if you can lead with this stuff and make that good first impression, this is how you set yourself apart. And other than the elevator pitch, there's a couple other things that we can touch on. So eyes or handshake and eyes are the first thing. It's like 91% of the first impression revolve around that. And then whenever you speak, that's another huge part. But then finally, your outward appearance. So dress well, okay? If you know that there's a professional event coming up, networking event, career fair, anything that you can possibly meet with somebody who could eventually give you an opportunity, then how you dress is important. And then finally, don't be in the pack, okay? Walk around, get away from friends, and really give your mind the space to remember and think about what you're doing, okay? You can rely on the social, sharing of the load when you all approach an employer together. At the same time, your mind also relaxes and says, okay, everybody's here. I don't really have to key in on this conversation. It just kind of buzzes. That's what I always call is the mind fog or the mind buzz that happens when you're in an awkward social situation. If this happens to you, one, set yourself apart, get used to talking with people alone. And then two, put voice memo on your phone, put it in your pocket so that you can review the conversations that happen. I don't know about y'all, I'm a social butterfly, but when I get into a social situation, I may say and do things that I will never remember, or I'll have conversations with people that I don't remember. To follow up is the last thing that I would say is set yourself way apart. So if you can't get a business card, at least you'll have these conversations recording on your phone. And you can review those and say, oh man, I really like talking with that person. I really need to follow up with them. And then shoot them a quick email or LinkedIn or however else you can connect with them that says, hey, loved meeting with you. Would love to explore what you do at your business and possible opportunities there. Yeah, so again, walk with confidence. Don't be in the pack. Shake hands, look in eyes. Don't mumble when you first start speaking. Have something to talk about ahead of time. In an elevator pitch, seriously, you just Google the words elevator pitch. There's 1,000 videos and 1,000 opportunities to learn about how to properly deliver yourself and deliver that first opening lines of a conversation. And then turn voice memo or however else you can record on your phone and put it in your pocket. And then key in on the conversations. That's how you can really set yourself apart and work to, really use that quick hour, right? I mean, if you look at all the hours that you're gonna be doing in class, all the hours that you're gonna be, outside of class, and it's all, to eventually give yourself gainful employment, then that 1 hour could be massive. And so we really want to put all of our eggs in that basket, all of our focus in that basket, all of our energies there, right then and there. And then we can relax before and after. All right. So yeah, my name is Michael Stogster-Bricker. Again, know me as Michael at ULM. If you're thinking about coming to ULM, if you're thinking about a job in the future and you're not coming to ULM, I don't care. Shoot me an email. Let's get connected. Love to talk about how we explore careers and options with students to make sure that you're doing what you're connected with. The last thing I'll say for everybody is that with the way that health and life statistics are going, y'all are going to be like 100 years old before you die. So that means that whenever you graduate at 18 or at 24 or whatever, you'll probably have around 60 years of professional work ahead of you. That's like 3 times your life. Make sure you're connected at what you do. Do not just go, oh, one day I'll just get a job. It is not how the rest of the world works. And most of the people in the world are not happy with what they do. Figure it out now, start thinking about it now, and then make a plan with whoever is at your institution, because I'm telling you, there's people sitting there going, please talk to me, please talk to me. All right, cool. Real fast, bricker@ulm.edu. Brick, like you throw it through a window, er@ulm.edu. Love to connect, guys, and y'all have a great day.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. And I'm telling you, all these people, you really want to get to know them. See, it's not about Delta. It's about all of our institutions and everybody. We love you at Delta. We want you to come here, but we also appreciate our institutions that are all around us, our four-year colleges. And thank you so much. So now we're going to turn the, did you want to say something, Michael?
Absolutely. You make a great point. If you think about the job ecosystem, if you think about the entire possibility of getting jobs, I'll tell you, there is loads of things at Delta that will land you a higher paying job than you will at ULM. There are some things at ULM that will land you a higher paying job than they will at Delta. It all depends on what you align with, okay? And so again, getting in and thinking about it early could really dictate where you would best fit. It has nothing to do with the institution themselves, and more to do with what they offer and how it pairs with your strategic goals, with your life outcome, right? Because at some point you're going to be 30, at some point you're going to be 40, 50, 60, and it's whether or not the world told you what you could do, or if you picked and got prepared enough to do what you want to do for the rest of your life.
I love that. Thank you so much for adding that in there. Okay, so now we're going to turn the time over to Kelly. Kelly from Grambling. All right, let me share the screen here for your presentation. Okay, let me get it to where it will be. There
Good morning,
go.
everyone. Good morning. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Kelly Blackburn. I am Director of Career Services at the Grambling State University. I am a certified job coach in addition to my bachelor's degree and master's degree in my other education. I have been working in career services for many years, and I'm telling you that so that you know that I'm qualified to talk with you about this topic today. So just to give you a little information about career services at Grambling, our mission is really to make sure that every Grambling State University student, by the time they graduate from college or get to graduation stage, that you have at least one job opportunity that is related to your major in hand, or that you have an acceptance to graduate school or more than one offer by the time you graduate from college. Because many of you will be approaching your high school graduation soon. And what you'll see is that you'll get your diploma, walk across the stage, and your family hopefully will give you some nice graduation gifts. But they won't let you rest, because as soon as you graduate, they're going to ask you, the next question will be, congratulations on your graduation. What are you going to do now? Where are you going to college? What career are you going to work in? So you've got to stay prepared. And that's what I try to do with our students at Grambling State University. One of the reasons we have the charge here at Grambling to make sure that every student has a relevant job opportunity in their major is because our president, Rick Gallo, would go out into the community and he would see quite a few Grambling graduates working at a lot of his favorite places: Walmart, Raising Cane's, his favorite fast food and grocery stores. These are great jobs. I'm sure that some of you out there have really great minimum wage jobs working at fast food restaurants or at Walmart. I applaud your work ethic. I'm so proud of you for working hard. But I'm here to tell you that once you get into college, once you go to trade school or community college, it is possible, and we want you to find a high-paying job in your major or in your field of study. So that's what I'm going to talk to you about today, is how to dress for success, how to prepare for that next step. Next slide, please. So we're going to learn today how to dress for success. Sometimes people might say, or they've said often, that I dress up a lot for work. I might be dressed in a suit. I might be looking fancy, and a person might say, well, Kelly, why are you so dressed up? We're just sitting here. I remember one of my first jobs was in a call center, and our clients couldn't see us because we were talking on the phone. But I would go to work every day in a nice business suit. I'd always look nice. And people would say, well, Kelly, why are you dressed up so much? And I say, because I'm dressed for my next opportunity. I don't plan on staying in the career center, in the call center forever. I'm dressing for my next opportunity. So you've got to look the part. And even as high school students, community college students, trade school students, you can start now, but dressing the part. Dress for the job that you want to have in the future. So here's some examples of what we tell our college students to wear when they're going to a career fair. So if the career fair is in person, we're having a virtual career fair at Grambling at the end of the month. I still tell my students to wear a full formal business suit. We spent the past 2 years during the COVID pandemic in pajamas. And now it's time to get up, get out of bed, and participate in events and put on some formal clothes. So if you're going to a career fair now or in the future, you need to have a formal business suit. If you don't have a suit like this, you need to save up your money, or next time you have a birthday or a holiday present, Christmas present, if someone asks you what should they get you, ask for a business suit. So I'll start with the guys. So all my guys out there, it's really great for you to go to a career fair and wear a business suit. That would be a suit jacket, some nice slacks. I highly recommend that you get a suit that is a dark charcoal gray color or a navy blue. A lot of guys these days like to wear black business suits. I don't recommend black for an interview suit because black for men is evening wear. So if you're going to a prom or a black tie event, you wear a tuxedo. The tuxedo is black. So for business, for an interview, you want to wear a dark gray, maybe a lighter gray in the summer, or you want to wear a navy blue suit, just like the gentleman in this photo. I highly recommend you always wear a white dress shirt. You can find dress shirts at Walmart. You can find dress shirts at all different types of stores, but make sure it's pressed nicely and that it's a nice suit, nice shirt. Wear an undershirt under it so you can't see through it, and wear a nice neutral tie. So you don't want to wear a tie that's too busy. You can have a nice stripe or two on your tie, but make sure that it matches your suit and that it's low key, because you want the employer who's interviewing you to focus on your face and to focus on the great qualifications that you bring to the table. And you don't want them trying to check out the fancy, crazy designs you have on your tie. So save the Christmas tie or save the holiday tie for another occasion. Wear a nice neutral tie. This guy in this photo has on some nice, I think they're cordovan, maroon or dark brown shoes. You can wear those types of shoes. You can't go wrong with a nice black shoe, dress shoe, and wear a matching belt with it. All right. So you note that in the photo, this guy is clean shaven. He doesn't have any visible tattoos showing. If your hair is longer, pull it back off of your face, guys. No earrings, no tattoos, no nose rings for guys or girls, especially for an interview. We're trying to get you the job, okay? So less is best. Again, you want the employer to focus on what you're bringing to the table, your qualifications, and not the tattoos or earrings or designs that you have on your face. Now, guys, I've noticed a lot of you wearing, shaving your eyebrows a little bit. No, you need to let them grow out for interviews, because again, you don't want the interviewer looking at crazy cuts and designs you have in your hair. Again, on your eyebrows. Again, with the hair, make sure if it's short, You don't have any etchings or anything shaved into your head. You want your hair as low key and, you know, back off of your face as possible. Now for my ladies, we can wear black business suits. So you see this young lady in this photo has on a skirt suit and she has on a pantsuit. So also ladies, you can wear a men's style blouse or men's style shirt as well. You can wear a no collar blouse like I have on today. Make sure that your suit, blouse, or shirt is of nice quality. You don't want any t-shirt or anything casual under your suit jacket. You notice that this young lady has on a small string of pearls. Today I have on some small earrings. You don't want to have any large, big, sparkly jewelry. When I'm interviewing, I take off my sparkly rings. Again, you don't want the interviewer to be distracted. You want them to focus on your qualifications and your skills and not what type of fancy jewelry that you have on. So ladies, I do recommend you wear a little bit of makeup. I know these days I've noticed, I don't know, when I got into high school, I couldn't wait to start wearing makeup. But I noticed some of our students here at Grambling, the ladies don't like to wear makeup. But for an interview, especially if it's virtual, when you have a virtual interview, it's like being on television, like I'm talking to you today. So you need to enhance your beauty, put on a little powder, some matte lipstick, like a darker red or darker maroon color, no lip gloss and no Vaseline, because you don't want to have shiny lips for an interview. But do put on a little makeup, a little mascara so that you look grown up and you look polished. So also, I do want to recommend that if you have brightly colored hair, that you tone your bright hair down for an interview. So a darker brown or a black, if your hair is red, that's fine. Natural colors are best. If you are wearing a long hairstyles, ladies, please pull your hair off of your face. I interviewed a woman not too long ago for a job. She had a very long hair extension. Her nails, also, you have to be careful about your manicures. Her fingernails were extremely long. She had diamond sparkles in her nails. And I know this because she pulled and played on her hair during the entire interview. Pull your hair back. I've got a ponytail today, so that the interviewer can focus on you and not your long fingernails. Make sure that your nails are a natural color or French manicure. Those are nice. Even my nails today are a little long for an interview. So you want to have nice working length nails, natural and professional. Again, ladies and gentlemen, note visible tattoos. I interviewed a student, gave her a mock interview not that long ago. She had a huge tattoo on her chest. Don't do that. Cover that up, or don't get tattoos in visible places. If you are working in a place, that's professional and you have a full sleeve of tattoos, you're gonna have to keep your arms covered during working hours. I have a student when I was working at Morehouse College, an HBCU in Atlanta for men. He had a great internship at Disney and he had a neck tattoo. And the Disney people didn't tell him he couldn't work there. They gave him the internship opportunity. But with his uniform, they also gave him a mock turtleneck. We call them Dickies. And you know that how hot it is in Florida. It's even hotter than it is here in Louisiana. So he had a summer internship at Disney and had to wear a turtleneck. He spent all of the money he made in his internship and took it to a plastic surgeon or dermatologist and had paid a lot of money, thousands of dollars, to have his neck tattoo removed. Think carefully about getting tattoos, period. But especially if you're gonna have to get one, put it in a non-visible place that you can cover up when you go to work. So here now I have some examples of business casual. So today I'm dressed business casually. Here's some examples of how men can dress business casually. This is an example of what I would recommend you wear to class, to school. Khaki pants, and nice shoes that are laced up and socks. He's got on a nice belt, and his polo shirt is tucked into his pants. This is a great example of business casual. The young lady next to him has on some nice pants similar to what I have on today. She's got a nice blouse that's probably sleeveless, so she has the cute sweater that's covering them up. Please note her nice shoes with a little heel on them, that she's dressed business casually. These are great recommendations. I recommend you start wearing to school and class right now, even if you're in high school. Next slide. So here's some other examples of business casual. If you don't have a full business suit to wear to an interview, it's okay these days to dress a little more casually, but business casual does not mean jeans with no holes. Business casual does not mean casual, really. It really means just a kind of a step down from the formal business attire. The gentleman here has on a nice dress shirt. He's got on a blazer, very similar to mine. If you're going to a career fair, I would throw a tie on with that for the gentleman, put some socks on, but he has on a belt and khakis, and he looks very nice. This young lady here has on a nice skirt. She's got on some dress shoes. She's got on a business blouse. She's got on a men's style blouse and a sweater on top of it. If you're dressed like this when you go to school every day, even as a high school student, if there is a college counselor that just happened to show up at your high school for the dream college that you want to go to, if you're dressed like this and you have your resume already ready, you're already ready. You don't have to run home and change or miss out on meeting your dream college counselor because you're not properly dressed. So always look the part and dress the part. And you can start now while you're in high school. Now, ladies, I'm glad to talk to some high school students. The shoes that are clear, the high heel plastic ones, a lot of you ladies out there are wearing this style of shoe. I love it. I love clear. I have lucite clear furniture in my house. I have shoes like this. I love the clear look. These shoes are not structured well. They are inexpensive and they're not going to hold up anybody's weight if you weigh over 70 pounds. These shoes remind me of the high heels that we had when I was a little girl and we would play dress up because they are structured in the same way. So I actually saw a young lady in shoes just like this. My son just graduated from Neville High School back in May, and it was a wonderful graduation. The weather was great. It was held at their football stadium. I watched the young lady walking down the long football field to get to her seat, and she had on shoes just like this. She teetered, she tottered, she tried her best. She fell flat on her face right in the middle of college, of high school graduation. Don't let this be you. Don't buy these shoes. If you have some, just wear them to, a quick party. I see a lot of students at Grambling with these clear shoes on. These are not appropriate business attire. I do wear sandals at work sometimes, but they're a smart sandal with thicker straps and a little more structure. So maybe the ones that say, yes, the black ones are a little more appropriate for work or for school. Next slide. So here's some examples for women of your more structured shoes that are more acceptable for business on the right, and on the left, more business casual. Is that the last slide? So I didn't include my slide on what not to wear to school, but I'm going to tell you, the ripped jeans, the midriff short tops, the do-rags, the hair bonnets, the shower slides. These are things you shouldn't wear to school. You definitely shouldn't wear them to work. We don't want to see you in those things when you're in class, because I know you don't want to see me in my do-rag or in my hair bonnet. So please be mindful, dress for success. And I look forward to having some of you come to Grambling State University when you graduate from high school. Good luck, and thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Kelly. That was amazing advice. I hope that they will take that. All right, so we're going to turn the time over now to Holly.
Hello, thank you so much for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to be talking today about the importance of researching your prospective employers. You know, finding a job is a lot more than just your experience and your education. And there's going to be a lot of other people that are interviewing for the exact same job that you're interviewing for. So we're going to talk about some ways to set yourself apart from those people. Now let's imagine for just a minute, bear with me, your best friend set you up on a blind date. You can't leave your friend hanging. So you decide to research this person that you're going to be meeting. You're going to dig and turn over every leaf you can to find out everything you can about this person. You're going to want to know who they are. You're from the South, you're probably going to say, hey, who's their mama? Who's their daddy? Who's their people? You're going to want to know their background information. And hey, you might even want to know their plans for the future, because you don't want to have a blind date with somebody that's already got the venue picked out and planned. You're going to be a lot more comfortable with this person if you know a little bit about them, maybe the hobbies, or maybe some interests that you share, and at least you know you're not just going to sit there uncomfortable all night. You can be a lot more comfortable knowing things. And if you're going to go to all this trouble for a one-night date, shouldn't you put as much time into a job where you're going to spend a good portion of your life? At the bare minimum, when you're going into this, when you arrive at a prospective employer, you should know who they are. What products do they have? What are their services? Who is their target audience? How long have they been in business? And who is their executive team? Those are all things you should just know going in somewhere. Now, as soon as you find out that you have the interview in place, that's when you need to go ahead and start researching. You know, the more you know, the more you're going to stand out as a candidate. Could you wing it? Sure, you could wing that blind date too, but it's going to be pretty uncomfortable and you're not going to really have the best time. So you should be comfortable and confident showcasing yourself to that prospective employer. Now, the best way to research, we all know, is to go straight to the website. The website's going to have all their information. It's going to tell you who is there. It's going to tell you who runs it. It's going to tell you a lot of the company history, but it's going to tell you a little bit more too. A lot of times you'll find a mission statement there. And the mission statement is going to be more about what they do and what they care about, the way they're wanting the public to perceive them. And that helps you know a lot about the culture of the company. And you know, you're going to be spending a lot of time there. So you want to know, do your values align with what they have? And is it a culture that you're not only just going to settle in, but that you're going to thrive in? You want to align yourself with that company if so. And when you're researching, look for words and phrases on their website that you keep seeing being repeated over and over, because that's going to let you know about more things that are important to them. And as you're talking, you can incorporate some of that into your experiences. As you're on their website, take a look at some other job openings that may be there. This could give you an idea of other positions they have, but also to help your career path. You know, when you go into a job, you just don't want to do the same job forever. You want to think about moving up. So if you know the career path, you can see if it's a good place for you to start. Also, researching on their website, it's going to help you be able to answer any questions that they may have, or to ask questions. When you go into an interview, at the end of it, they're going to say, do you have any questions? Always, always have a couple of questions ready to ask them. But remember also that when you go in for an interview, it's a two-way conversation. You're interviewing them just as much as they're interviewing you. You need to know that it's something you're going to be happy with. It's not just a one-way interrogation. Now, some of the other people have talked about social media. That's a great place to start looking also, because I believe it was Christiane that said earlier, they're probably going to look at yours. Isn't it fair that you look at theirs? Take a look at their social media. See what they have put out there that's important to them, because again, that's what they're putting out there that they want the public perception to be. You can also see if they have any community outreach projects. Maybe it's things that you can connect with that way. This is when you can also like and follow their pages. This is also going to give you ideas maybe that other people wouldn't know, or that you may not have found just on their website, because it's giving you more of the here and now. I believe someone also mentioned LinkedIn. That's a great way to research the company again. Also, the managers and the interviewer that you may be interviewing with. You know, sometimes you might have, you went to the same school, or maybe you participated in a sport together. Sometimes being relatable to somebody like that, I'm not saying stalk them, but just know a little bit about them going in, because if you're more relatable, it does give you something easier to talk about, like Mr. Bricker was mentioning earlier. Also, when you're on LinkedIn, it's a professional place to network with people. You want to look at people that are doing the same thing that you're doing and network with those people to help get ideas from them. You could also, other professional people that you know, even if you're not in the same field, if you know them, it's okay to connect with them and share some things alike. You also can work with alumni groups and other professional organizations here. But I want to ask you also, don't just research your employer, research the industry. That's going to give you an upper hand in that interview also. Especially if it's something that's new to you, it's going to give you an opportunity to learn a little bit about it, looking at videos or maybe some trade publications, and you'll be able to discuss how you fit in that future role. Also, take a look at their competitors. If you know what a challenge in the industry overall is, that's also going to help you. But at the end, they may say, why do you want to work for us? That would give you the upper hand, because if you understand the industry as a whole and how their competitors react to something, you can use that to your advantage to get you aligned with what their thoughts are. Also, take a look at any recent developments. Have they been in the news lately? Have they gotten any awards? Have they put out any new announcements? Find one thing, something recent that they've done, and use it to your advantage for one of those questions. For example, you could say, you know, I just read where you recently expanded your product line. Can you tell me a little more about that? Or you could also add, how will my role fit into that? That will let them know that you've done your homework on that company. You can keep up with all that news and the new information about the company by setting your cell phone to alert you of any news, or even Google alerts for the name of that company or the industry as a whole. It's going to help also if you get asked your thoughts or your opinions about anything going on. You'll have a lot deeper understanding and be able to defend your ideas and give evidence based off of what you've seen. I also want to warn you though, social media, just as many goods that there are, there's some bad out there. And there's some websites out there that sometimes people go on and they just share the negative part of things, just like people do that with restaurants and anything else. They can do that with their place of employment. But remember, the people that usually share things like that are the people that are a disgruntled employee. If there's something bad, they work together as a way to fix it. They don't complain to the public about it. When you're researching, you are going to stand out because it's showing that you have drive and that you have initiative. instead of just what they're seeing about you on paper. You know your skills and your expertise. Now it's your chance to discuss how you fit in with their beliefs, how you can help them be more successful, and how you can adapt to their needs. Remember, the more effort that you put in, the more you're going to stand out as a candidate. So remember, the more you know, it'll help you. Thanks and good luck.
I love that. The more you know, that brings me back. Thank you so much to all of our participants today, everybody that was here. And I want to encourage everybody to get to know their, like Will Source Staffing. They help you find jobs, but not only do they do that, they'll look at your resume. They'll talk to you about all the stuff to get you career ready. Get to know your career services at your colleges. They are so important and underrated. So please know that they are there to help you all with whatever it is that you need to do for your future careers. And thank you, everybody, for attending today. We appreciate you, and we're so thankful that you're here. Does anybody have any questions before we leave, or everybody?
I have a comment. This is Mr. Robertson over at St. Helena College and Career Academy. We just want to thank you all for the training. Our learners we had to put on our smart boards. So where you see either St. Helena or some of the other names, those are the learners in class. Some of them had their cameras on, others off, but we were on, and we do thank you for this particular lesson. We look forward to the rest as we move forward. Thank you. Go Hawks.
Thank you so much for participating. We love that you are participating and taking time to do that. So I will provide contact information for the people who presented today to anybody on the call that would like it. You just reach out to us or to the Gear Up program, but we'll provide that information so that you guys can have that. If you have further questions about, education or who they are, any of that kind of stuff. Diane, did you want to say anything in closing?
I just want you all to know how appreciative we are of what you all have done. This is a great way for you students to get involved with knowing what's at college, whether it's at the community college or it's at one of the universities. We're always here to help you. And if there are any 7th year students out there, or if you're graduating, I'm here at Louisiana Tech with Gear Up. I'm always welcome to talk to you or help you to find what you need. So please contact us, and we just want to know how happy we are that you all participated today. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Holly, Christiane, and Michael, and Kelly. You guys are all amazing. And I want to give a shout out to my fellow career service people and let them know how much I appreciate the work you're doing, because it's tough and undervalued, but we love you and appreciate you. And Holly, thank you so much for taking time out of your day today to do this. It's really great that you just came on board with me. So thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you, Ryan, for doing this, the division chair for the School of Business and Technology, because he's helping today put all this together, and I want to thank him again. So hope to see you all soon. And we have a session coming up at 11 with DreamWorks animation, if anybody wants to hop on that call. So see you soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
with them. First, I would like to do some introductions just to, because we do have people here that are working with us to bring this to you. So Ryan Pierce, he is our division chair for the School of Business and Technology. I'd like for him to say hello real quick.
Hey, thanks so much. It's going to seem weird. There's an echo in the room, but we do have some college students here as well from LDCC in the student commons area of the Monroe campus. So we're happy to have you here, Sarah, and we appreciate the opportunity to partner with you and to hear all about DreamWorks.
Yay, nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. So we want to say thank you to the Gear Up program and the Louisiana College of Education and LATech program, and then also the Board of Regents and the LASFA program. They are all part of this Gear Up, and the reason why we have this partnership going with the high schools, junior highs, and exposing them to opportunities that are available that they may not have known about. So thank you so much for participating and being a part today. Well, with all of that being said, thank you to I can't say enough about our students here at Delta. Thank you for participating today as well, because we love you and we want you to get excited too. So I'm going to turn the time over now to Miss Sarah.
Yes, can you guys see my screen okay?
It's not showing. I don't know why.
Give me 1 second. Let's see. Okay, it says I'm now viewing your screen, Julie.
We happen to see something that said end of slideshow.
No, I think Julie, you're sharing your screen. So get out of screen share real quick.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed.
Oh, there. Okay.
There we go. Okay, perfect. So let's see. Let me bring over mine. Almost there. Share my sounds. Screen still. How about now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. There we go. All righty, let's get started. So, before we get started, as Julie said, we were not able to record this particular meeting. And for the audience, there's absolutely no videotaping, photography, or any recording during this presentation. So we'll get started with that. Okay, so welcome, Louisiana Delta Community College and friends. I know we have various audiences here. I'm so excited that I'm able to speak with you all today. All righty, so I am part of the Early Careers and Diversity Outreach team at DreamWorks. It's a long team name, but I wanted to introduce our team. So our manager is Rabia Abedin. I am Sarah Park. I am the recruiter for the Early Careers team. And we have our coordinator, Emma Fosko, who you've met previously. A little bit about myself. I actually am fairly new to DreamWorks. It's been about 5 months or so. And I actually don't have any background in entertainment or animation. I actually came from education. I worked in educational counseling. So I went to UC Irvine here in California, got my bachelor's in psychology, and then I got my master's degree at Loyola Marymount University in counseling. And after I got my master's, I worked for about 7 years in the community college system, actually. Yeah, and so I worked with transfer students, particularly with non-credit students, those who might be pivoting their careers or continuing their education as adult learners. And so I really loved working with the students and especially connecting them to various careers, right? They would always come in and be like, I'm a business major, but I don't know what I want to do with it. And so with that, we would explore career options and kind of figure out the different paths that are available to them. And one of the areas that really excited me was helping them kind of research various, internship opportunities or job opportunities. And so I loved working with the students, and I was also curious to working with students from the company side, which landed me at DreamWorks. And what we do as the early careers outreach team, we particularly run all the early career programs, and that includes internships. We have a trainee program. We have an apprentice program. We also have an HBCU fellowship program. And this just allows us to reach out to demographics and students, as we mentioned before this conversation, who may not have access because they might not be here in LA. And so that's kind of the program that our team runs. And we'll go a little bit more into the internship program towards the end. And side notes, aside from these early career programs, I particularly also recruit for full-time professional entry-level hiring. So we'll get into that as well. All righty, let's move on. Okay, so I'm sure, or hopefully all of you guys have heard of DreamWorks Animation. DreamWorks was founded in 1994 by Steven Spielberg, Jeffrey Katzenberg, and David Geffen. We are located here in Glendale, California, which is part of LA County. And we're in an area where they call it kind of like the media hub, right? We have Disney next to us. We have Warner Brothers next to us. Netflix is not too far down. So really we're in the media mecca of Los Angeles. And as you can see on the screen here, hopefully you guys recognize some of these, feature or TV shows. I know that some of the students aren't here to type, but I would think that everyone has heard of Shrek, maybe recently things like Kung Fu Panda, Boss Baby. But DreamWorks, we produce feature and TV. Feature meaning movies, right? What we watch in the theaters, the full-length movies. However, we also provide TV shows. And these TV shows are shown all across streaming platforms, right? Netflix, we have Apple TV, Hulu, Peacock, HBO Max, etc. And so, if anyone, even those who are not students, can shout out maybe their favorite DreamWorks feature or TV show. Anyone?
I'll go. I love Shrek. I do. I think it's hilarious.
Me too. I know that's kind of a boring answer. It's like everyone knows Shrek, but Shrek was probably one of my first feature film that got me really into animation as a kid. I know a lot of people's favorites is Shrek 2 especially. But yeah, I wanted to show that these are some of the projects that we have completed, and we have both movie and TV side at DreamWorks. So before we move further, I want to go ahead and present this DreamWorks sizzle reel. So hopefully you can hear my screen. Julie, give me a thumbs up if you can, okay?
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
You really need to see this.
Follow me, boys!
For 25 years, we've been dreamers, adventurers,
Who's with me? Here I come!
and heroes.
I'm in.
Cupcake?
You have been chosen. Are you ready? Skadoosh!
For the honor of Grayskull!
My hands are in the air like I just
All righty. That's just every time I watch this, and as you can imagine, I watched this a million times. It makes me so happy. There's so many different projects that DreamWorks has produced, and we produce everything from children's to teens to even adult animation that we're trying to get into. It's been 28 years, and when we hit that 25 mark, it was a really big deal for our company. And so hopefully that gives you a little snippet of the projects that we've created here at DreamWorks. Alrighty, so DreamWorks feature. So feature is interesting because it's pretty exclusive, right? We only produce 2 feature films a year. Feature takes years to create. TV is a lot more fast-paced and not as time-consuming as a feature film. So every year, DreamWorks slates out 2 movies to put out in theaters and for you guys to watch. So last year, 2021, Boss Baby came out. Hopefully some of you guys have seen that. And also Spirit was out. This year in 2022, The Bad Guys was released in April, and that was a huge hit for us. It was the top in the box office for a while. And then later this year, we have Puss in Boots 2 coming out. So that we're excited for. I cannot tell you what's going to come out in 2023, unfortunately, but just know that we have 2 movies that come out every year. So hopefully Puss in Boots, you guys have seen 1 and you guys can go ahead and watch 2 in the theaters. Okay, and of course, DreamWorks, we have won quite a few awards. We have 3 Academy Awards, 1 Golden Globe, and 59 Annie Awards. And mind you, this page is just for feature, just for movies. Anyone have a guess as to which feature film, so which movie won the first Academy Award for DreamWorks?
Lion King?
Oh, good guess. No. Which movie got DreamWorks their first Academy Award? This guy right here. I see hands, but I know it's hard for the students too.
Shrek.
Yes, there you go, Shrek. Our first ever, we brought home this guy right here, an Oscar. And it's actually displayed. I mean, the one for Shrek particularly right now is sitting in a museum. We're lending it to a museum in LA. But if you ever do come visit our studio one day, we do have all of these awards laid out in a gallery in our lobby. So it's pretty awesome to see. I think when I first saw it, I was almost starstruck by all these awards. Like, wow, it actually belongs to DreamWorks. So it's pretty amazing. And then our TV division of DreamWorks is actually fairly new. We've only been creating TV shows and TV series for the last 5 years. However, in the 5 years, we've created over 20 shows, over 1,000 episodes, and obviously a million laughs. And for TV shows as well, we won 13 Annie Awards, 25 Daytime Emmy Awards, which is pretty crazy in a short span of 5 years. As I mentioned before, it was all our TV shows were constantly working with different streaming avenues to provide access to our shows. All righty, DreamWorks culture. So what is it like to work at DreamWorks is the question that we get asked all the time. We have a lot of fun is what we say. I think what keeps people at DreamWorks, especially for someone who's only been at DreamWorks for 5 years, I ask people all the time, you've been here for over 10 years. What keeps you here? And everyone says culture. And I'm like, what exactly does that mean at DreamWorks? And it's always about the people. Everyone at DreamWorks is so welcoming, such a pleasure to work with. It's not about titles where they're like, oh, what are you? No, there's none of that. I can hit up the executives and they will respond to my email, right? And so there's kind of like that culture and that safe space at DreamWorks that I particularly have not experienced before, and it's been a real pleasure. As you can see here, we hold a lot of fun social events for dream workers, is what we call people who work at DreamWorks. We have a team called Dream Learning, which is kind of like our training lab. So employees have access to various trainings. We also have TeamWorks. The TeamWorks team throws employee engagement events, employee engagement socials for dream workers. And so, you know, we like to eat here. So a lot of eating events. We invite guests from various companies to come speak for us. We clearly love dancing here, music, and obviously screenings of upcoming work as well. We actually have a theater on campus. And so every Wednesdays, there are screenings and showings, not particularly always DreamWorks films, but it's available. So it's really awesome for all of us to come together. And here I mentioned that we also have a learning lab. And so as you can see here, people are taking classes. As you can imagine, the technology is always being updated. The softwares are changing. And so we as dream workers also need to be trained in those. And so they hold classes, labs, whether it's for social or for educational purposes. All to say, working at DreamWorks, the culture is amazing. We also have employee resource groups, which are also known as ERGs. And employee resource groups are, I like to say they're kind of like school clubs, right? In colleges, you have different clubs. Even in high school, you have different clubs. It's pretty much clubs for employees. And so it's really a place where people can get together, discuss various topics. And obviously the highlight for us is to have diversity, equity, and inclusion included within these groups so everyone feels they have a place at DreamWorks. We celebrate various cultures and backgrounds, and it's really a place for employees to network with each other and to just learn more about each other's cultures. And so few are Asian Pacific Americans. We have the BEN Network, which is the Black Employee Network. We have My Abilities, which is for those who may have a disability or whoever wants to be an ally. We have Unidos, which is for our Latinx community. OUT, which is for our LGBTQ. We have veterans, women's, etc. And so you do not have to identify as one of these. However, yeah, that's it. Anyone can join. I mean, I'm part of multiple and I don't identify with all. So all allies are welcome as well. And so these ERGs, they're also a way to get to know people outside of the DreamWorkers direct team. Okay, so the TV and feature pipeline. We use that word a lot in animation, pipeline. Like, what is a pipeline? Pipeline is basically how something is made from start to finish, right? As I mentioned before, feature films take a really long time to make. It takes years to make. So we started at one point, get to another point, and that pathway is called the pipeline. And so the TV and feature pipeline looks slightly different. So at DreamWorks, this is kind of what the pipeline looks like. So we first identify a property. Property meaning, you know, are we going to go towards the Fast and Furious series? Are we going to use Kung Fu Panda and use this to spin off and create a TV show? So we first identify a property. Then we need to create a killer pitch to pitch our idea. Like, hey, we want to create this awesome Kung Fu Panda TV film because the movie was so successful. Here's what we think. Then we lay it out. What is it going to look like? What kind of storyline are are we trying to create? Then a bunch of writers get together and start writing the actual episodes. Or sometimes it's just an episode, sometimes it's the season. It kind of depends how development goes in that case. And then story. So when we think story, in animation, when we say story, we mean storyboarding, right? So you're creating whatever the writers wrote, someone is drawing that out, scene by scene. Every move the character makes, they're drawing it out. And these are rough sketches. They're not quite what you see on TV just yet. And so someone draws out everything that the writer wrote. From there, there's obviously the design team. Design team kind of expands more on the storyboarding and then the animatics. So how do we get these characters to actually move? How do we get these storyboarded rough sketches to actually move and be fluid, right? And so the animatics are created and asset creation. This also includes things like throwing in the background, throwing in crowds, right? Those are all hand done. And so I think sometimes when we think of animation, we only think about the character, like, oh, Shrek is moving. But everything in the back also needs to be animated, right? The trees, the buildings, the cars. And so all of that gets created. And then actual animation. It's confusing because we call animation like, oh, like Shrek is an animated film. But what does animation specifically actually mean, right? So animation is, I like to say that they're like actors. If Shrek is created, if the model is created, an animator goes in and actually makes the movements of Shrek. So really acting as the actor, which is Shrek. And so the animation is created and then post-production. This is kind of the final touches. This is when we start marketing, try to sell our TV shows to different platforms. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of back and forth with this process. It's not as fluid as it looks, right? So that's just a glimpse of what the TV pipeline looks like. And then the feature pipeline, it's a little bit different. Same thing, there's a story. We sometimes use a book, right? Do we want to make a movie on a book? For example, How to Train Your Dragon is based on a novel. So the development team goes through the book. Is this a movie we want to make? What are some tweaks we want to make? As you know, sometimes the movies are different from the books. Or it could be a totally original idea. Then the art and visual development is created. So, or like I said before, the storyboarding, the rough sketches, visual development as in character design, the backgrounds, the environment, any props. So let's say Shrek is always wearing a vest, let's say. That vest is created by someone, right? So that's all included in visual development and props. Then there's matte painting, then it goes to surfacing. Surfacing is what we call texturing, right? When we look at Shrek, there's a lot of dimensions. There might be, the ears have, like little maybe dots on them or texture. The vest maybe that he's wearing has like a rough texture. All those go under surfacing. Like every piece of hair, sometimes when you watch Trolls, like every piece of hair looks different from each Troll's character. That's all done by surfacing. And then, of course, there's lighting, right? And this one's very important. Imagine you're watching something and it's just one lighting. It's very unrealistic, right? It looks different in the daytime, nighttime. If someone is driving in the car, the shadows that pass through look very different. There's also modeling. So when Shrek was drawn out, it's like, great, this is kind of like the feel that we want to go for, but someone needs to create the actual model, if that makes sense. Like a statue, like a figure, what I call just a structure. Then from there, someone goes in and does what we call rigging. Rigging is, okay, thank you so much. You made the Shrek model. Now the rigger puts in points, what I like to call, they put in the joints into Shrek to be able to move Shrek around, right? And it's very technical, as you can imagine. There's a lot of technicality that go into it because it's all CG animated, meaning it's all done by the computer. So the model is then finally has muscles and limbs that can move. Then from there, that's where it goes into the details of like surfacing and all the final touches. Crowds is another area. Crowds is, like I mentioned, if Shrek is at the market, there are other creatures and other characters in the back. So there are people who don't focus on the main character, but only the background characters. Character TD. TD is what we call technical directors. And it's a very, it's kind of like computer software, sorry, my baby's crying in the other room. Computer software engineers who support all the technicality that go into animation. And specifically, there's also character animation, character effects. So all the effects when Shrek, I don't know, sneezes, and sometimes they add the effect of like the smoke or the fire in the back. If it's raining, these are all effects that are created. So that's character effects, and of course, background effects, fire, water, clouds moving a certain way. These are all effects. So as you can imagine, a lot goes into creating every little scene. And so kind of going back to the TDs, we do have a lot of computer science majors, computer engineering majors who want to work in the entertainment industry, but they may not be artists, right? They're like, I can't draw a stick figure for my life. No worries, there are areas that you can help out. Because everything is done on the computer, even if some things are hand-drawn, it's still supported by the computer and the software. And so we hire a lot of computer science majors. We always say TDs, technical directors, are really the backbone of animation. What the production pipeline really looks like. There's no one way. Every TV show, although we're following the general pipeline, there's feedback constantly, right? Every episode might look a little bit different. Every scene in the feature film has to go through this pipeline. And so it's really, really a crazy, crazy, crazy journey to get to our final products. So the internship program. So this is where our team really comes in. So the internship program, we have internship programs throughout the year. January to December, we have our spring internship, which is typically January to February, more like end of January to end of February, or end of March. Summer and fall. Summer is typically June to August, and fall is typically end of September to early December. And each program is 10 weeks long. Spring and fall are part-time, and summer is full-time. Full-time meaning 40 hours a week, so it's really just, you have to dedicate 40 hours. Part-time meaning 16 to 24 hours. So, you know, whatever works around your class schedule. So we're constantly recruiting, right, for internships. It's nonstop. So when spring applications are wrapped up and the spring interns are ready to start, we're opening up summer applications, right? Always a season ahead. When summer program is going on, fall applications are open and we're recruiting for the fall. Same thing, when the fall internship is running, spring applications are open. So always keep in mind that we're always recruiting one season ahead. So just to keep in mind. So kind of where we are right now at DreamWorks, we just wrapped up our our summer interns last Friday. It was such a bittersweet such a bittersweet day because we were with them for 10 weeks. And what we also hold a summer intern showcase where at the end, all the interns present what they've learned, what their experience was like, what was their day-to-day experience. And we invite pretty much the whole studio and they get to present. And it's really awesome. It gets really emotional, but it's also really fun. So we just wrapped up that this Friday. And our fall internship, which recruiting is done for because we recruited them a season ahead, they will start at the end of September. So it's a new cohort with new people for 10 weeks, and they will be part-time. And spring applications, we'll talk about that soon. Okay. So the details, spring, summer, and fall, as I mentioned, they're 10 weeks and they're paid internships. So all interns are paid. Intern eligibility. So all students are welcome to apply. If you're currently enrolled in class or you're pursuing a certificate, an associate's degree, a bachelor's, a master's, you are welcome to apply. Recent graduates are also welcome to apply. We typically allow recent grads 6 months out of school. Okay, so I know we have high school students in this room. Unfortunately, we are not able to take high school students. However, the second you enter college, the second you graduate high school and you're enrolled in a program, you are eligible to apply to our internship program. We don't have a cutoff. We're not like, oh, you're a freshman in college. Sorry, we can't take you. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you're a super senior, you are all welcome to apply. We hold events during our internship program. So each intern is assigned to their designated team, right? They have their specific teams, your own managers. However, we as the early career program team, we go ahead and plan social events. We have leadership from the community and also especially from DreamWorks come and speak to our interns to talk about various career opportunities. We also hold artistic classes. If you know, just to kind of get into the brain of the artists at DreamWorks. As I mentioned, there's also the intern final showcase. So it's a great networking experience in addition to learning and kind of gaining job experience. And as an intern, it's going to be busy because there's a lot of events that we hold. But it's really just an awesome learning experience, an eye-opening experience for you to discover what other career paths are there in animation that you probably have never heard of. We also do a community outreach project every season. You know, obviously, in addition to the regular social events, we would love for our intern cohorts to give back to the community. So this summer, what we did was we worked with an organization that provides artwork for hospitals and clinics. So all our interns painted on a canvas, individual canvases, and we brought them all together. It became a huge mural. And that is going to be donated to a hospital, which is awesome. We don't know which hospital yet, but we were told that we would be, you know, given pictures and we'll be able to see the final product hopefully soon. You know, in the past, we volunteered at food banks and pantries. And so various community projects every season. We also pick out what we call intern ambassadors. Intern ambassadors are hand-picked by our team, and there's about 2 to 3 per cohort. They're really the ones who spearhead all the intern kind of social events, like maybe they want to do trivia night or they want to get together and have Zoom Jeopardy. And so our intern ambassadors are the one who create an atmosphere for the cohort to get to know each other and really kind of bond together. I kind of want to go back to the details. Pre-pandemic, so pre-COVID, all interns had to be on campus, right? And it's really hard when summer is fine because it's full-time, people could fly out, find temporary housing, that's doable. But when it's spring and the fall, when students have class and they have to concurrently do an internship, it's pretty difficult to fly out to LA when you're living in New York, right? So we always say the one good thing that came out of the pandemic is this remote to virtual world that we're able to operate in. So we kind of held on to that because it's worked during the pandemic. Hence, I'm talking to you guys in Louisiana. Our internships are available, obviously in person. We would love for you guys to come in person. However, hybrid, meaning you can work remotely and be on campus, or we also have fully remote internship opportunities as well. So when the job opens, please read the job description carefully, and I'll notate kind of what the team prefers for that particular position. We have interns sitting in New York, in Maine, we have some in Florida, we have one from like Missouri and Kansas. And so really it's open to everyone, thankfully, to being virtual. So I think this is what hinders a lot of people from applying. There's no way I can get out to LA. Why would they look at me? I don't live nearby. But I'm here to tell you that we would love for you to apply because we really are pushing to kind of go beyond our typical LA region. Okay. And in addition to all the events and all the work that comes with the internship, there's also an intern mentorship program. And this one is really awesome because people from all over our studio from various departments volunteer to be a mentor each season. And these mentors handpick the intern that they want to mentor throughout the 10 weeks. So what we do is we collect a survey, collect a mini Q&A, get to know me from the interns, and we put it on a huge spreadsheet. And we say, all right, mentors, thank you so much for volunteering. Now go choose your mentee. And they read the description and where they're working and et cetera, what school they go to, blah, blah. And then they choose who they want to mentor. And this has really worked out for us because there's a reason that each mentor chose their mentee. And so it could have been a simple word as like, coffee is my favorite thing in the world. All right, oh my God, this person, I want to get to know this person. And so it's really worked out because there's kind of that special bond already before the mentorship actually begins. And truly, this is such an awesome piece because we leave it up to the interns to really kind of spearhead and lead the mentorship program in terms of topics. It's really up to them. You want to learn more about career paths. You want to learn more about how to build your network. You want to just learn about what it's like to work at DreamWorks. Totally, your mentor is totally open to talking about anything. So that's really a cool piece that we provide during our internship. Going back to spring 2022 applications, I'm so glad I'm talking to you guys now because our spring applications are opening very soon. As I mentioned, we just wrapped up summer. Our fall interns are starting at the end of this month in 2 weeks. And that means around the corner is our spring applications. Spring is from end of January to end of March. And the applications are going to be opening on Monday, October 3rd. Applications are only open for 2 weeks, so they will be closing at the end of day on Sunday, October 16th. Okay, and where you'll find these applications on our early careers website, and I'll show you at the end. So intern departments, when people think about DreamWorks, they're like, well, I don't draw. I'm not an animator. It doesn't matter. We have internships in all areas, even in areas that just support the business. Obviously, we have internship production. We've had marketing. We've had development. Sometimes we have music. If you're into music and you're interested in learning about how music is placed in movies and TV shows, we have talent relations and casting. This one's cool, right? How did Jack Black become Po in Kung Fu Panda? There's also the TV development and TV series, technical direction, as I mentioned before, a lot of technology, employee engagement and events. So TeamWorks, the ones who throw all the social events for DreamWorkers. We also have talent acquisition interns. So talent acquisition supports us in recruiting. We also sometimes hire in legal and business affairs. So really any department in the studio. Now, all of these are not offered every term. It really depends on which term and which departments actually want an intern that season. So I would say just go online to the applications once they open, and you'll be able to see the list that we are hiring for. Also, going back, I want to say one more thing. Production. I want to say that it doesn't matter if your major is not in TV, media, film, it doesn't matter. We have people in business who are interning in production, right? Production is not necessarily artistic. So as long as you have an interest in learning about production, you have, some note-taking skills, some organizational skills, you're eligible, right? So it doesn't hurt to try. Don't let your major deter you from applying for any of these. I also want to mention that you're able to apply to multiple roles, right? You can apply for production, but you could also go ahead and apply for business and legal affairs. We're not going to X you or, call you out for any of that. Apply to as many that interest you. So these are just some of our intern photos from the previous seasons. The food bake I mentioned, we have drawing and artistic classes. We have panels come and speak to the interns. And these are some of the names of interns who have been converted to full-time employees at DreamWorks. And the list keeps going. This is not even updated. Our goal as the early careers team is to get you ready for full-time employment, whether that's at DreamWorks or outside of DreamWorks. Obviously, if you were a rock star intern, we would love to keep you and hire you back as a full-time employee. So there are opportunities. And once you're in part of our intern team, intern cohort, I'm constantly looking out for you as a recruiter, right? I'm like, there's a full-time position open on this TV show, Jessica, we're going to get you in. So it's just really awesome to see people go from intern to actually pursuing their careers. So these are the names. They just keep going. So we also have the trainee program. So what is the difference between the internship program and the trainee program? Internship is, think of it more for students, right? Current students, recent graduates. The trainee program, you cannot be in school. So let's say there's some seniors here who are like, I know I'm going to be done with school soon, but I'm really interested and I may not be eligible for the internship program come a year. We have the trainee program. We always kind of say like internship is a little bit more entry level. The trainee program is a little bit more, rigorous, a little bit more experience. But these particularly are for artists. So those who might want to learn more about storyboarding, about surfacing, about rigging, how to put muscles in the characters and joints, about visual development. You wanna kind of hone your skills on how to draw backgrounds and characters and things like that. The training program has a strict curriculum where you will be taking mandatory classes. And so it's a little more rigorous than the internship program, but I wanted to let you know that this is available as well for those who might find themselves not eligible for the internship program. So we just launched this, not the program, but we just launched our summer trainings 2 weeks ago. So they're from all over the country. We even have some international students, which is awesome. We have 13 trainees. So we don't hire as many trainees as we do interns, but it's really awesome. It's a 12-week program. So this is kind of the curriculum that we follow. These are all the classes that we hold. So for example, how do you pitch an idea to the development team? How do you storyboard? We also talk about portfolio and resume reviews. We talk about the pipeline in detail, the TV and feature pipeline in detail. Talk about color, how color works and why is it so important in creating content. So these are just some examples. Entry-level positions. So I am the one who hires for all entry-level positions at the studio, and these are full-time. So the most popular and kind of almost like gateway into animation in our studio are these two roles. Production assistants, also known as PAs. Production assistants are really the backbone of any production, right? They're the ones who are scheduling meetings, who are preparing material for the artists and the production team so that they're on a strict timeline. They're the ones who are taking notes and sending it to the directors of the TV shows and feature film. So production assistants are what we constantly hire for. And so a lot of our interns become production assistants, which is awesome. In addition to that, they're also admin assistants. Admin assistants are similar to production assistants, but they're not part of a particular TV or feature show, if that makes sense. They're not part of a production team. Admin assistants can range from, you can be a marketing admin assistant, business and legal affairs admin assistant. Maybe you're working part of our HR, you're part of HR team in recruiting or talent acquisition. And so these are great entry-level positions into the studio. So for those who might be graduating and may not be interested in the internship, be on the lookout for these full-time positions as well. And in addition to those entry positions, these are all the positions that DreamWorks hires for. Obviously, animation, artists, right? Modeling, surfacing, rigging, crowds, we talked about this. Show leadership, production management, technical direction, there it is again. Character designers, visual development, storyboard, marketing, all of these areas, there are opportunities. So we welcome all majors. We don't discriminate you for not having a particular major. And so please apply to all that interests you. So this here is our website, DreamWorksAnimation.com/careers. This is where you're going to find all our applications, whether that's full-time or whether that's for internship. Our early careers page has our own website as well. And that's where we provide information in detail about eligibility for internship, training, apprentice, the HBCU fellowship program, and all our information can be found there. When you see a job description, please read it in detail so that you're not applying to everything blindly. But yeah, we're excited for you to hopefully apply. As I mentioned before, spring applications are opening very soon, so please stay connected with us. We have an Instagram page where we post Insta stories all the time. We have like intern highlights where you can see what it's like to be an intern at DreamWorks, a day in a life. Sometimes I go on there and talk about tips. I also announce when applications might be opening. So it's just good to stay connected. So many people come to me and say, oh my gosh, Sarah, I missed the internship deadline to apply. I thought it was going to be open longer. Unfortunately, I can't have you apply once it's closed, and it's only open for 2 weeks, so it's really quick. So the best way to stay connected are our socials, because we're constantly updating them. Also connect with us on LinkedIn. We're always updating our LinkedIn as well. Looks like we have like a few minutes. So if anyone has a burning question, I'm happy to answer. Yeah, Julie, I'll probably hand it over to you at this point.
Awesome. That was such a good presentation. Oh my gosh. I learned so much even from the last presentation. I'm like, wow, this is new. So I love it. You explained everything so good. I do want to know, what would make someone stand out if they're applying for an internship? Like, what would make them stand out above all the others? What kind of things do they need to do to try to make themselves stand out more?
Yeah. Sometimes it does get hard because all the students are awesome, right? They're all eligible. They may not have professional work experience, and then we don't require anyone to have experience. It's an internship. So I think really what stands out when I'm looking at resumes is off the bat, is the resume clean? Is it legible? Are there any spelling errors? Because sometimes they put, I am so detail oriented, but then I see all these errors, right? So just little, Julie's laughing, little things like that. You want to make sure it's just easy to read. Sometimes the artists throw in like really crazy resumes, which is awesome. You're showcasing your artistic skills, but I can't read that font. Like I can't read it. And so a basic boring one is totally okay. You don't need to be so crazy, but someone who is detail oriented and shows it in their resume sticks out. Someone who's detailed even in their resume. If you're going to put bullet points for an experience that you were in high school, like a club, what did you do in that club? What is that club about? We may not know as someone who's reading your resume. So try to be as concise and detailed as possible. And really from there, it's up to, you know, the recruiters and the hiring teams to pick your resume. Once the resume is picked and once you go through, you know, there's phone screen and interview process, during the interview process, it's really just about being yourself. As cliche as that sounds, that's truly what we're looking for, right? We have 5 great candidates that we're interviewing. Which one is a good culture fit, a good personality fit? And keep in mind, we have so many TV shows. Each TV show has their own little quirk, right? So this happened this season, actually. One candidate, I'll call him Jeremy. Jeremy interviewed with 3 teams. 1 TV show, one development, you know, team, and 1 feature team. TV show said, no, thank you. He's not for us. Okay. Development said, maybe. But the feature was like, we want him, and they hired him. So you never know who is going to want you. And it not necessarily has something to do with how good you are, but oftentimes we look for, are you a good fit for that particular TV show or that particular team? And so honestly, when I ask, why did you choose that person? Oh, he was enthusiastic. He wanted to learn. They want to see someone who's eager to learn. They understand interns are not full-time employees. You don't need to come with so much knowledge and experience. Someone who's eager to learn, someone who, you know, has active listening skills. So those are the type of things that they look for. They just want to see some passion.
I love that. I'm an advisor to an anime and gaming club here at Louisiana Delta Community College. And so we make them do community service and get involved. And then we bring in people to talk about careers in animation and things like that to get them excited, just like you. And I just think it's so important, the things you're saying, like have a good resume, make sure somebody reviews it before you send it in for an internship. And then that community service that they're doing, make sure that you're involved in the community and you're giving back. You know, that makes a difference, I think. I love to see all the stuff that you guys do, but somebody asked if you had remote internships, and I think you did say you did have those.
Correct, so correct. Yeah, so we have internships remote, which is awesome that we're able to connect with students who might not be in the LA area. Our internships, it's kind of all over the place right now, which is awesome. We have people in the office. We have people who are in the office maybe 1 or 2 days a week, but work at home the other days. And we have fully remote internships as well. And so definitely apply, even though you guys are not in LA, please.
I love that you give other people an opportunity like that. I love the remote, you know, possibilities. It's just so great. Yeah. Did anybody?
Go ahead.
Oh, did anybody else have any questions? I mean, she's here. You might as well ask.
Go ahead.
Maybe they're shy. Maybe you did such an amazing job that they're like, wow, we know everything. Now we're just waiting for the internships to open so we can apply or you know, get ready to go to a college where I can get started so I can do these.
Yes. Yeah. Please, you know, stay connected. You know, it would be awesome for me to be like, we have an intern from, you know, this school and this school. And so really that's kind of my goal. Just because I hate that some people think that they don't have the opportunity to work at such a big company like DreamWorks just because of their location. We're beyond that now, right? We have remote opportunities. You're able to stay connected with us via email. And so I say, keep trying. Don't be discouraged if you don't get it immediately. There's so many people who've applied 3 times and they finally get it, right? There are people who apply 3 times and they still don't get it, and that's okay. Just know that there's nothing to lose if you put yourself out there, and you never know what's going to happen. One of my favorite parts of this job is calling the candidate and telling them they got the internship. And I mean, people cry, right? And so it's just really heartwarming to see just the excitement, and especially for those who may not be close to LA or have never been to California, they're like, I never thought I could work at a company like DreamWorks. And I'm like, it's so possible. And you got it because you applied. Had you not applied and not tried, you would have never known. So it's worth a shot. It may not happen. Everything's a learning experience. Even if you make it to the interview and from there you don't get it, it's still a great experience. And you still got exposed and you still met people from DreamWorks. So I say apply. I hope to see some of your applications come October.
Oh, thank you so much. Did anybody have any closing remarks? Diane, Ryan, anybody?
Sarah, I would say that as a 76-year-old faculty member, I'm probably not going to apply for an internship. However, I just want to say how much I appreciated your enthusiasm and your encouragement that you're never going to do it if you don't try. And even when you try and don't do it, you still get a great experience from it. So thank you for sharing that with all of us.
Yes, of course. You know, I've had interns say, I got rejected from you guys 3 times and I was scared to reapply. Like, why am I doing it again? But hey, this time, I'm talking about one particular girl in my head. They're like, I got it this time. And it's like, you know, even though you're scared, all you can do is present your best resume and hope you get it. You guys can imagine how many applications we get. We have only, like, say 30 slots and we get, I kid you not, about 5,000 applications. Mm-hmm. So if you do land the internship, it's really, I mean, it's a huge deal. And so again, you'll never know until you try. So I hope to see your application soon.
All right. Well, if nobody else has any questions or anything, we will let you go because your time is valuable and we appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
We do hope you guys learned something today, and just know that you do have an opportunity, and that's the whole reason for this. The opportunity is there, and get your portfolios together early. Do things to make you stand out so that, you know, have somebody look at your resume before you do anything with submitting it. You know, make sure you've got all your P's and Q's together so that you can, you know, have this. But we would love to say that somebody from Louisiana was able to establish an internship with DreamWorks.
Yes, and we would love that too. You know, we're rooting for you. Like, I'm on your side. So just know that, you know, I would love to see your names. I would love to read resumes and see Louisiana there. So please apply. I will drop my email in the chat, and Julie, you can share it with everyone as well.
Okay.
Please stay connected. Sometimes even just an email to be like, hey, Sarah, I'm part of Louisiana Delta Community College. You know, I was part of your presentation. I actually applied for this, and this. That helps me, right? Because then I can get your resume and know to look at you in the sea of 5,000 applications. So that's really helpful for me when you guys do that, because I don't want to lose anyone through the cracks, you know?
That's why I always say to come to these presentations and utilize these opportunities when you have them because of things like that.
Exactly. So now we have a connection, right? You guys met me through this presentation, and when you remind me where we met, it really helps you stand out. So yeah, feel free to email me, and hopefully we can get someone in.
I hope so too. Well, Sarah, you've been amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody that's on this call today. I hope that you listen, and I hope some of you are interested in pursuing this. So, thank you, Neville. Thank you for participating. Carol and graphic design and digital media. That's awesome. So see, look, this is a great opportunity for all of you. I hope to see you, and I hope to see you at Delta Community College too. But, hopefully you'll decide to come here, pursue with our business department, or, just come here. So we appreciate you. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to anybody who's on this call today from wherever you're at. We appreciate you, our Delta students, our high school, our junior high. We appreciate you all. So thank you so much, Sarah. And we're going to hopefully see you back again. Do this again.
Definitely. It's a pleasure always.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
We're good?
All right, awesome.
Can you hear us? All right.
Like you said, I'm Caleb Eason.
Michael Jowers right here.
We're from Magnolia Wealth Strategies, a local firm. We're financial strategy representatives, which is a fancy way of saying we help make plans and build and promote wealth. I'm going to give a kind of a brief rundown of our company, where we're from, how we got where we are, where we're going in the future, then kind of a background on us personally, and then we're going to kind of go over step by step what we're going to be, talking about. We've got plenty of time, so if anybody has any questions from the gallery, feel free to let us know, and if not, at the end, we'll go through it. So Magnolia Wealth Strategies is the southern name for MassMutual. MassMutual is in the top 4 biggest insurance and financing firms in the country. It gives us the benefit of being able to have that small town feel. Magnolia Wealth Strategies is from Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle, dealing with pretty much anything and everything. Magnolia was bought by MassMutual about 10 years ago. There's a few other firms since then. I personally started with them as of February of this year. A little background on me: I'm 23. Started out, went to Benton High School, then did a couple years at Abilene Christian. I was going to be a preacher. I'm obviously not doing that now. And then a year at LSUS over in Shreveport, and then I finished up my degree at ULM. Graduated this past May.
All right, and then I'm Michael Jowers. As we said earlier, I am actually from the Monroe-West Monroe area. Well, Calhoun, technically one of the little outlying towns around here. I went to West Ouachita High School. I'm also 23 years old. And I had done college at ULM back in 2017. And then whenever I got tired of it, to be honest, I left and I went and I worked in trades for a little while. And then I decided to come back and do some marketing. So I'm actually going to Delta here with you guys for a marketing degree or business and technologies as a transfer degree to ULM. But I started over here at Magnolia Wealth Strategies. I was lucky enough to have Caleb as a friend, and he got me the job. Just kind of stepped into the career in a way that is also helping me with my degree. So it just kind of worked out that way. And yeah, I guess.
So we'll just kind of jump into what it is that we do and the point of it. So the goal of what we do is very open-ended. You come to us with a problem and we help you get to it. We deal with people from incredibly young, just graduated college, going back to school, never went to school, up into people in their 70s and 80s and just need some help making things happen. Some of the biggest things that we deal with is anything from helping people understand the benefits that are available, how to manage their money, how to achieve their goals. A lot of it can be big, a lot of it can be scary, and a lot of it can be very, very confusing. And our job is to simply kind of not dumb it down, but put it into ways that a client or anybody can fully understand and get the best resources possible in front of them.
Another thing that we do is not only how to build wealth, but once you have that wealth, we can go over ways to protect your assets, protect your wealth, as well as leaving behind a legacy for your family if something were to happen to you that was unseemly. Beyond that, we also do retirement planning. And I know there's a lot of young people that go here at Delta that probably haven't thought a whole lot about retirement just yet. Just because, I'm 23, I wasn't planning retirement really until I got into this business because I never had anyone to teach me about the benefits of starting early.
And we deal with everybody. It's a lot easier whenever someone comes through the door that's got $2 million that they just need help moving, to figure out how to deal with taxes, how to deal with making sure that they're getting the most for their money. It's actually working for them. But it's a lot harder, and we see plenty of it, people that just don't know how they got where they are. One of my most recent clients, she filed for bankruptcy, and 3 weeks later, the pandemic hit. She got fired. She's a single mother with 3 kids, and feels like the world is crashing in around her. Where to move forward, where to, in essence, put the shovel down and start making that money work for her so she doesn't have to feel trapped. So she doesn't have to feel like the world's coming down around her. So today we're just going to hit on a couple topics that most people deal with. If there's anything in particular that would like to be heard about, I'd be happy to. But just kind of starting off, we're going to start with the big one, that's just building wealth. Taking that money, protecting it, and where it needs to go. Michael, if you want to start off.
Yeah, so one of the biggest things, and that definitely as we're taught as kids, parents teach you, is the first step to getting money, keeping money, is to have an efficient savings plan. One of the best ways that, and with a client that we worked with recently, the one that he was just talking about, is we basically built her a budget based off of the money that she makes, what she spends money on, and we worked ways into it for how we could help her save money. As with part of my background, I was a personal trainer for a year. So I know a little bit about meal prepping and things like that, just ways to save money on food itself because she was eating out way too much and she was losing, hundreds of dollars a week, if not more, on just fast food. And we worked out ways. I built her a full meal plan, and that has helped save her a tremendous amount of money so far, which is helping us push more because, of course, he said she has 3 kids. She wants to make sure that her kids are taken care of and put vehicles in place to have money for them, per se, if something happened to her. And what we did is we worked her money around. We moved it in a way that allowed her to have a little more excess to be able to save for those emergencies.
Well, and the exact stats on that are if you meal prep, you replace one meal every week, 7 days, and you do a meal prep instead of going out to eat or just kind of randomly planning it, you save an average of $3,200 a year, just the American average. You do that with 3 meals, you're saving 10 grand right there that you can reallocate. Just small things that we can help put into place that she wasn't fully aware of, but that we saw, and that was easy fix. Another thing was just budgeting. no one actually looking at and keeping up with your money. Not everyone is great at it, and a lot of people just don't know exactly how to do it, and they'll do it great for a little bit, but how to stay regimented, how to stay, what am I looking for? Controlled, I guess would be a better way to say it. So we built her a full budget. The meal plan was one of them, but she was paying way too much in just TV and entertainment. Just ways that we can trim back and cut to where you have that money, to where you can, for her, start tackling her debt and take care of, hopefully getting her out from under her bankruptcy payments and those debts, and moving into being able to retire. Her goals and her dreams that she thought would be impossible, that we were able to at least put on the map, put a timeline for.
So basically one of the big things with establishing that is to actually be able to accurately calculate what bills you have, living costs, things of that nature, so that we can move the extra money that you have, excess money, into investing for your future. I guess we can move into the second. We'll let you start the second one off.
That works. So another one is just something like he mentioned that you just don't think about, and that's planning for retirement. Fun stat, not really fun, kind of scary. 50% of 50-year-olds don't have $50,000 to their name. Sounds ridiculous, but that's a scary, scary thought. Because if something happens, I hate COVID as the example, because hopefully we're moving past it. But whenever something like that happens, how do you move on? You lose your job. You don't know what to do, don't know where to go. What if you're 55 and get laid off, and all of a sudden you're not even worried about retirement, you're worried about just paying your bills. That's a heavy thing to weigh you down when you're 50. You're looking into that where you're supposed to be enjoying your life, getting the most out of it, and instead you're killing yourself. My dad is actually one of these. He has worked at a job making great salary, but he's been doing it for 22 years. And he's been miserable for 22 years. And they've always spent as much money as they've had and haven't had a full retirement. And so me being in this position has given me the opportunity to try and help, try and find a way to actually give back to my parents who have given me a lot. But it's scary to think that you can be making $200,000 plus a year and still not be able to retire whenever you want to. It's just that much debt, that much worry, and that standard of living that you shouldn't have to sacrifice.
So the big question that I've always asked people is, when would you like to retire? Most people would say, today. Other than today, the obvious answer, most people would say 55. We'll throw it in there, 55, 60 years old, right? Your income at the rate that you save right now, how much would you have, say, that's the next question that I say, is how much income would you have at the rate that you're saving right now? Say you're 45 years old, you've got 10 years. You've got 10 years to save. The income, the rate that you're saving right now, how much money would you have? And then you have to think about the quality of life that you live right now. So with that quality of life, the amount that you save, can you calculate that you would be able to keep that entire quality of life? Because that's what we all want, right? We want to retire, and then we want to be able to sit back, relax, travel. Most of us want more of a lavish life once we retire, right? What do you plan on doing when you retire? Let's ask you that.
Yeah, I haven't thought that far, because I feel like I'll always be working, but the usual things, right? Travel and spend time with family. If there's grandchildren, go hang out with them. Hopefully, if I could live lavishly, spend a bunch of money, on silly stuff.
Yeah. So, and then the big thing for the young people that are possibly going to be watching this video later is, have you already even thought about that? Are you going to be able to plan for that accordingly whenever you reach that age, or are you going to be scrambling whenever you're 50 years old to retire in 5 years?
Or are you just going to be looking at it at, how the hell did I get here? Why do I feel this way? Why have I worked my entire life and I still can't do what I want to do? It's a scary thought, but it's one that, you shouldn't put off until you're 50. You shouldn't put off until later. It's something you should start thinking about now. It's a lot easier and a lot cheaper now. One of the other big things that we talk about and deal with is just how to get out from under debt. A lot of people here at school, a lot of people that are going to college typically have debt. It's just a very natural thing.
They do.
I've got more than I would like to have, certainly. But how to turn that and get out from under it so you can start planning for your future, taking care of you, instead of taking care of somebody else.
Okay, moving to the third.
So you guys, just a question. You guys say you're gonna eventually get on that topic. I think the debt topic is pertinent to everybody. Even if you're an established professional, there's probably some debt, and y'all may even start talking about what's good debt versus bad debt, which would be interesting to know about too. But certainly how to get out of debt, strategies for that is
That's
awesome.
good pickup. Here, I'm gonna grab a stool real quick. I ain't real stand right now.
Yeah, feel free to move around, y'all. I can follow you.
Here, I sit on this side. Make me feel better.
All right. See,
Especially
now
as we hit big topics.
Now we're the same height. So.
All right, so types of debt. First one, the immediate one, let's say someone in my position, we're the usual ones. So school debt, obviously, that's gonna be your first big one. Most people are graduating with anywhere statistically gonna be coming from in the low range around 5 to the high range about 40 to 60. It's typically what you see depending on your degree and how long you've been in. Tops only goes so far, especially you're in state or you're out of state. I know a lot of parents that we deal with that still have debt left over from them, and now they're trying to pay for their kids' debt.
Oh, yeah.
And student debt it's one of those that as long as you're making your payments and working with your assigned officer, it's not they're not gonna come beating down your door, taking your home, taking your car. It's really one of the safest, that and really hospital debt are one of the safest things that you can have as far as debt-wise. But make sure that you have a good interest rate. Right now, you're not having to pay interest if you make payments, I think, until December, as per the presidential order. But after that, what is your interest rate on your loans? Is it 2% or is it 18%? Depending on how you had to take them. That's one thing that we look into, and that's something we can easily and immediately fix for you, so that one, you're not paying so much extra, and it'll help you as you're starting to plan for someone else's school. I know for me personally, my first 2 years I was Abilene Christian. I have over half of my debt, really 3/4 of all my debt, is from there. So, but because it's out of state, there are different interest rates that apply than in state. So before I refinanced it, I was paying 12% on the bulk of my debt. After I refinanced it, I've got all my debt down to 3%, which, playing with numbers, that's a huge, huge deal.
All right, and then as well as that with debt, he was talking about good debt, bad debt. College, I mean, that's an investment for your future, right? Not necessarily that any debt is good, but I figure you would much prefer to be in $20,000 in college debt at a 12% interest rate compared to a 27% interest rate with credit cards or any other, what's the word I'm looking for? I just blanked out on the word. Yeah, consumer debt, that's what it was. So, and then even on top of that, like you're graduating college, you're getting into your career, you're going to start paying on those debts, but what does life bring you? You accumulate more debt as you come, like you're going to buy a house. That's going to be debt. I have a friend of mine that just bought a $250,000 house, and I mean, he didn't put down $250,000. He's a bank clerk. He doesn't make enough to be able to do that. So what did he have to do? He had to take out a loan. And now he's got his interest rate on that, and that's, of course, with bank loans and things like that, there's different ways that you can negotiate that, as in refinancing homes, refinancing student loans, things like that. But that debt is going to follow him around until he pays it off, which, if I remember correctly, my father bought his house in 2002, and it's 20 years later, and he's still paying on it. So that's what I would consider consumer debt. Things like that would be considered bad debt, in my opinion, just simply because it doesn't go away and it grows exponentially as you try to pay it off. And on top of the consumer debt that you're building, you're also building lower pieces of debt throughout it, credit cards, et cetera. And a big way that we can help people is being able to lower that. Like we said, we took the client's money and we reallocated it where she can start paying more on those smaller debts, pay those off, and then begin working on her larger debts, paying those off in succession. Because as she pays off her lower debts, say she's got a $200 a month credit card bill until she pays it off, and she's still paying $50-$60 on her big ones, she can take that $200 and now she's paying $250 on those larger debts. So it's kind of pay those debts off in a succession in a way that allows you to allocate more money to those so that later we can start saving and put those in a vehicle to save you money and to make you money.
Which goes into the method of making your money work for you. What he was talking about is the snowball method. You start with the small ones and build your way up, and all of a sudden you get out of debt a lot faster. One of the scary things is are you actually going to reallocate that money in the right way? Let's say you pay off your student loans, get that paid off. I know a lot of people, it was the first thing they did. They didn't want anything hanging over their head. First thing they did. But a lot of people don't have that luxury. They pay a lot of money to go to school and then end up in a job that is great, they love it, but it's not paying them enough to actually live the life that they feel they deserve. If I had stuck with going to Abilene Christian and going into ministry, I'd have had $120,000 in debt for a job that was going to pay me 30 to 40. Long-term plan, I probably wouldn't have ever been able to retire, at least here anyway. But another big thing when you're looking at debt is what's debt you can keep and what's debt you can leave. What are those that are weighing you down the most that you can actually move forward with? Biggest one for me right now is a truck. Just got a new truck. The loan I took out on it is, I'm gonna be paying for it for 5 years. Probably not the smartest decision that I've ever made, but that is weighing me down more than, say, my student loan debts, or at least they are now after they've been refinanced. But knowing which one of those to actually move and take and put your money in the right place to have that financial freedom faster is an important thing to look at and know. Also, he mentioned taking out a loan. What actually qualifies as a good loan? Something may look good when you're sitting at the office and they know how to sell and they know how to make it sound easy. Oh, you're gonna have to pay it off in 5 years. But that's not always the case. So just knowing where to get your loan, what type of loan, what interest rate is too high, what interest rate is, affordable for you. So you're not being weighed down forever.
Any other questions for debt-wise?
No, I appreciate that though, because recently I was trying to buy a house.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they ran the report, they found out, oh, you have debt, student loan debt, that I didn't even know that I had.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, showed up on some report. It's not showing up on my credit report, but it shows up in the whatever they do when you're trying to buy a house. So I wasn't able to get a certain kind of funding because of that, because of the student loan debt, that I now have to figure out who it was sold to and how much it is, all this other fun stuff. But yeah, they were saying, credit cards pay off, because all of that is a factor, like you're saying, that you don't think about. You don't think it's gonna matter until you're like, I need to buy this, I need to get a house, I need a place to live. But your credit score might not be what it needs to be. And so this matters. Like I really saw that this year. So.
Well, and it's one of those things that there's always tomorrow. I'm gonna have more money next month. I'm gonna have more money in a year. I'm gonna have more money then. So right now it's easy to think I can just put this to the side for a little bit. But what happens with our debt is it tends to build up. The longer we leave it, it tends to just build and build and build until all of a sudden you can't see past it. And life happens. Scary things happen. Accidents, car wreck, family member gets sick. Any of that kind of stuff that just we don't necessarily plan for because we don't want to think about it. We don't want to have to think, oh, I need to put money aside just in case I get, terminally ill. That's not something that we tend to look at and think about, but it's one of those things that we have to or should plan for and have plans in place just for, or have someone that thinks about it for us in a way.
And that all kind of circles back to the first point of building that efficient savings plan. What we normally recommend clients is to have at least 3 to 5 months of income or bills, anything, et cetera, that you need set to the side just in case you've got that emergency that comes up. Crash your car, you total your car, you've got to pay for that. It's your fault. Your insurance isn't going to pay for it. You've got to pay for that. You get COVID and you go to the hospital, you get the worst possible case. You're sitting in the hospital for 10 days. Those hospital bills are not cheap. I'm still paying for one right now. So you need to have that money set aside because you're off for a week, you're off for 2 weeks. If you're not on a salary job, you're not going to be making that money. You're not going to be getting paid for those 2 weeks that you're off, right? It's not paid. It's not PTO. So having that efficient savings plan, not only to push your debt down and things like that, but just to be able to live your life if something happens, if you have an emergency that happens.
You gave a percentage of how much we should be saving per month from our income. Did you say that yet?
I didn't necessarily say a percentage. What we basically focus on is 3 to 5 months of expenses. To have that necessarily set to the side. So that comes from accurately figuring out what bills you have to pay, what necessities you need. That includes gas, that includes groceries, things like that you need through each month, and having that set aside. It's 3 to 5 months, not necessarily such of a percentage, but a set amount that you would need.
Put somebody, if you sat down with them on a plan.
Yeah, 15, 20%. I would say at least 15% of your check should go into savings.
It depends on, so 2 clients. One of them 26, fully retired from the military, taking himself back to school. He's got $39,000 before he does anything, just off his retirement. Great situation, but he wants to go back to school and get a degree. So he's got about an extra $1,000 left over each month after his bills and expenses that he can play with. So he can afford to put more in savings. The client I mentioned earlier, she's got an extra $200. So she doesn't have that much that she can just put into savings. So that 15-20% changes. I would say, depending on how much your bills are, house, rent, all of that, you need to have, like I said, 3 to 5 months. As I think of, I've been fired. I've been just straight up, didn't see it coming, didn't have much savings, and I was, for lack of better words, just kind of screwed. And it happens without you knowing all the time. So you need that kind of cushion, so you're not putting yourself further in debt, which just, like I said, just builds and builds and builds.
You know what's funny about savings? You can have a savings account that's tied to your checking account, and then you end up not saving. So what is your suggestion on putting money, like really saving and putting it away? If you're undisciplined, what would you put in another whole nother bank? I mean, like, what would you do? Do you have a direct deposit out?
I personally do have 2 banks.
Okay.
I don't have a card to the one that has my savings account.
Okay.
That way that's just for me because I know I'm not disciplined. I worked in restaurants for so long. I got that cash quick, easy every night, and I would just spend and spend and spend and spend. So that I opened a second bank account and I started putting my money in there. And I don't have a card. I don't have access to it. I have to go to the bank. And on that drive to the bank, I'm sitting there thinking, do I really need to go buy this TV right now? Do I really need another one? Do I really need to go, pay for this trip out of my savings or things like that? And it gives me time to just be like, and then I turn around. Because whenever you're not pulling it straight out of your checkings, it's not connected like you said, and it's not as easy to, I guess, overestimate how much money you have in your checkings and then accidentally pull from your savings too, because that is something that I've done before, is I overestimated and pulled from my savings, and I didn't mean to. Is I did open that second bank account. But that's the way that I fix that for myself.
What type of investments could you recommend for someone who's approaching retirement?
So another way of kind of saving is I wouldn't recommend a super aggressive strategy. That would be opening like a Robinhood or trading in day trades or over the counter. Those things that are super aggressive and aren't very safe. For someone approaching retirement that needs to start planning and building, we have vehicles that help do that. One of which is an annuity. Another means of saving that means that you can't touch unless you absolutely need to, otherwise you're penalized. Putting in a certain amount that has some guaranteed growth, a percentage, but then also some non-guaranteed to where it could go sky high. That would just allow it to be a lot safer. One thing that we recommend for our clients is different buckets. Putting it in a savings account, you're only guaranteed very minimal amount of growth. And it's sitting there gathering dust, but it's not really working for you, which is one thing that we don't recommend, because it's great to have that money sitting there, it's comfortable. But when you need it, it's gone, and it's not really building for you. Also, your tax liability off of having it in one place is ridiculous, because you're still going to be taxed on it whenever you put it in and pull it out. Now, if you put it in what we call different buckets, your tax liability goes a lot down, and you get to keep control of a lot more of your money instead of it going to somewhere else or going to the government. You have more say and more control over where that's going. But for someone approaching retirement, I highly recommend an annuity structure that was affordable, that would be more safer against protection. So we're not laying it all out on the line, but you're going to see that money grow and do something other than just collect dust, as it were.
What's your percentage on that annuity? Do you be non-aggressive?
Non-aggressive, 3% growth every year would be the non-aggressive one. There are ways you could do it to where just monthly payments or lump sums. Like if you, say, had a 401k, a pension, something like that you weren't able to touch yet, there's a difference in moving it to a different vehicle where you won't be penalized for it instead of just pulling it all out. Something like a Roth IRA, 429, something like that. Or just putting in a lump sum or putting in a monthly sum to help that money build and start moving in the direction you need it to. where you also won't have the accessibility of, oh, I can just pull it out of my savings account.
I would say in a future discussion, definitely breaking down what the IRAs are, the Roth IRAs, the annuities. I mean, having us see all that, telling us what the turnkey solutions are to jump into something like that so that we can just, just do it. Because that's education in itself. Like you guys are giving us some high level stuff, but I'm sure that the audience, wherever they may be, is gonna wanna know, how can I tap into it immediately? And so that'll be something fun to hear about.
Yeah, absolutely. In the future, we wanted to go over just basic budgeting, just what are all these things you probably never heard of, the benefits, authorized stuff like that. Because a lot of people going from here to a job are going to be offered benefits, hopefully. They may not know how much money to put into something somewhere else, or what all they need and what they don't need. That's another thing that we're going to hit on pretty heavily. That's our last point on that.
Sorry if we took y'all down a rabbit hole.
Okay.
To let y'all just go. But
I'd much prefer the round table talk instead of just,
I like the questions.
Instead of just the preaching.
Did anyone else have any questions pertaining? Or did we answer your question the way you'd like?
Yeah.
Absolutely. No? All right. So our next main point that we're going to touch, and of course, as he said, we're going to kind of dive into these as we do more of these Teachable Tuesdays, is protecting your income and wealth. So as he was just kind of going over, you're going to have options whenever you come into these companies, these large companies that when you graduate, that are going to offer you benefits such as like group, as a soundproof thing or painting, oops. Like whole term, group term, group whole life, 401ks, and they're also going to offer you like health, dental, and vision, which is a big thing for me that I wanted was health, dental, and vision because I like to be able to see and I like my teeth to look pretty. My parents put $5,000 into them, and the big thing that we're going to dive into is when it's necessary to supplement it with individual policies. Did you take it?
Well, yeah, and there are just ways that like where your money needs to be doing something for you, whether it's a teacher with a 403b, regular 401k, a pension. There are times where like the market's doing these ups and downs like it's doing right now that it's not turns into a common joke to a 201k. That's one thing that my dad knows. He's getting ready to retire, and his money is he's losing money in that 401k even after the company matches it. So how to probably allocate that? How to move that money? Because he can't touch until he's 62, but he can move it now into something that's actually going to grow and be better without being penalized. Stuff like that where there are other options than just letting it sit. And you don't have to have it all in one place. Like I said, I mean, you may not want to be super aggressive or super safe, but you can do a mix of both to where you're still not laying it all on the line, but still maximizing your potential for profit. That's the end goal, is having that money. Everyone wants to hear what's the one thing I can do that's going to make me a millionaire tomorrow? What's that one stock tip? What's that if I do this, I would have done it? And there's, a lot of those out there. A lot of people are going to say they have those answers. It's not what we do. Our goal is safest and best way to get you where you want to be. I like to say, you tell us where you want to go and we'll show you how to get there. But we don't do things for you. We show you the path to take, give you those options.
So he was talking, I just keep kicking everything. We can't have anything nice. So he was talking about like 401k becoming a 201k because it's completely market dependent, and that's what a 401k is. It is market dependent. As he said, the market is down, so people are losing money right now. And there are vehicles that you can move it into where it's not market dependent on losing, it's market dependent on gaining. As in like mutual. So with a mutual firm, we can move it into things that have a guaranteed no loss. As well as one of the biggest things that you hear about is life insurance. And people are like, life insurance, that's just to leave behind money, right? Get money whenever you die, your spouse gets it.
Burial insurance?
Burial insurance to pay for that so that your family's not left with debt for that. There's also another way that you can use that because you can get what's called a whole life policy. You can move money in there and build for retirement. You can touch it whenever you want. But the best way to do it is to move money in there to build for retirement. And it's protected. It's tax deferred until you pull money out. And you can have $2 million in there and pull out $100,000. You're only going to get taxed on that $100,000. And that all depends on how much coverage you want and how much money you put in there and the amount of time that it sits.
That's a big, heavy topic of one way that we do money. But there are a lot of little things like that that people don't know about. One thing about being a mutual firm, Mass Mutual being our parent company, is we're not publicly traded. So we don't rise and fall with the Dow or with S&P 500. We are owned by everyone that owns a policy gets a share of that money. So at the end of every year, the money, the growth or profit goes back because everyone owns part of it. You can't just buy 1,000 shares of Mass Mutual. If you buy a policy or you buy an annuity, you get some of that money back. And you can choose how you want to allocate that, but it allows us to have that security of if everything went to crap tomorrow, market fell, Great Depression, we're still making those payments. We've been around since, what's the date?
1899. 123 years.
And never missed a dividend payment once. One of the only, I'm not saying the only, one of the only, I can say that. We made payments through the Great Depression.
World War I, World War II.
All of it. Our financial security is one of the best, like I said, top 4.
So, any other questions pertaining to that?
For someone my age, though, it's very expensive. Is there ways that that can be cut down in?
How do you mean cut down?
I'm talking about just the cost of whole life insurance.
Well, it's about finding what's right for you. So there are different kinds of whole life that range in different prices. It's all going to depend on, one, your overall health. So what happens when you're getting a whole life policy is decide what you want, decide what's best for you, and find the amount that's good for you on a monthly basis. Then you go through underwriting, which is basically just someone comes, pricks your finger, takes some blood, some medical questions to figure out how healthy you are, because they are still covering you for X amount of dollars. And then we adjust to find what's comfortable for you. Now, obviously, it's a lot easier when you're younger. You're not guaranteed, but most likely guaranteed. It's a lot cheaper. The older you get, as everyone does, more expensive it gets. The cost of living just goes up. But there's a bunch of different options that you could do. My recommendation for that would be finding different companies. So we don't only sell Mass Mutual products. Because we're a firm of Mass Mutual, we're allowed to sell anybody's products. Or not anybody's, but qualified individuals. So different companies. We sell what we think is best for the client. We're very lucky in that we don't have to ride or die with Mass Mutual. It can be a competitor, a different firm, anything, to find that cost that works best. Because at the end of the day, the client is the most important part.
Yeah, and then on top of that, like with someone that's upper in age, as you said, there's so many more vehicles that you can use that are still going to be tax deferred, that are still going to be protected from creditors and things like that, that aren't whole life, that aren't going to be so much dependent on your health, but moving the money in there to make it, as we said, still build for itself. There's so many options out there that we can use, that we can utilize, because we're not nailed down to that one company and that one product.
And just different riders we can throw on that make it more expensive, like a disability rider, that if you were disabled, just by paying a little extra money on the policy, you get some guaranteed income, a percentage of what you were currently making for either X many years or for the rest of, or until you're 65 at the qualified retirement age, where you're still gonna have that money if you were in a car wreck, lost your leg, something crazy happened. Or a long-term care rider. That's something that people hate to think of and plan for, and usually it falls on kids of parents. But if you have to live in a nursing home, have to have a nurse come in every day, stuff like that, that it's easier, like I said, easier to get now when you're, younger.
And let's be honest, those nurses coming in every day, they ain't cheap. And you don't want to leave your kids with debt, right? That's the whole point. We have kids so that we can give them the best life possible.
I don't.
But you don't want to leave kids with debt, and that's what happens. Is a lot of times people, they fail to realize that whenever we die, where does our debt go? It doesn't just disappear. It goes to the next of kin, or your children. It's dispersed.
It's a scary thought, but that's our point.
And even beyond that, with the younger kids, if anybody's watching this is younger, if you die and you have $60,000, $70,000 in college debt, that goes to your parents.
Not all of it, but
depending on when and how long.
How the loan works.
And any debt that you have, like buying a house, like the gentleman that's 26 with a house, and something happens to him, that debt goes to the next of kin. that's why it's important to plan accordingly so that we can kind of divert all of that.
Which is why we specialize in what's important for whether you're 23 or 53. What goal is important for you? Are you looking for retirement? Are you looking for debt management? Are you looking for how to make your money move for you? Maybe you don't have a lot of debt. Maybe you don't have kids. Maybe you're not married. Maybe you just have money and want to know what to do with it. We can show you the best way, or I like to say safest way, because that's my focus, is the safety of the money. There are other people in our firm that like to just be super aggressive and super rolling the dice. That's great for them. It works for them. Doesn't work for me, because I like to take care of every client like it was my grandmother. Or at least the one I like anyway. I love both my grandmothers. Any other last minute questions? We got 15 more minutes. We'll see.
Do we have anybody in chat?
Nobody we do have a couple viewers, but nobody's asked any questions at the moment.
Gotcha.
Got it.
In truth, I mean, certainly you don't have to stretch it if you don't want to. You know, if it's time to close, we'll put on some music and then get ready for the next one. So whatever, you know, it won't be like this next time y'all come. It won't be like back to back with other people.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
This is just y'all's coming out party. You know.
Yeah.
This is right here. You know.
Where's my flag?
I mean, if the chat does have any questions, I mean, y'all feel free, message. We can answer anything that you got. Or if you two have anything else. Other than that.
I'm sure I'll think of some things to ask you.
And then, right, the beauty of it, with y'all agreeing to come and do a series, you know, and I think it's just a matter of just like anything else, you know, to think about marketing, right? And, you know, you have to just be seen and be seen and be seen. And I think more people will start picking up on this, and I think everybody needs the information and the education. So
absolutely.
We thank y'all for coming.
Well, yeah, and we're looking forward to it, and we'll give a breakdown starting when the next one is. What specifically we're going to talk about. First, we're talking about budgeting and easy ways and tricks to do that. Next one, we'll talk about different devices and like you mentioned vehicles. And we'll give an actual breakdown so that people know what we'll be talking about.
A little more detail.
Right, instead of just a broad
spectrum. Also, those in chat, y'all missed out on snacks, free pins, and keychains too. So I brought sun chips. Yeah. But yeah, I guess we'll wrap that up.
Yeah, well, yeah. No, thank y'all.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Feel good about it. I'm happy, and yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Pleasure talking with you, yes, sir.
All righty.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's do it.
Are you throwing the mic to me, Ryan?
Oh, Julie usually starts us off, so I was
Okay.
going to let her do it. But yeah, I don't
Oh.
think she's listening.
I am. I was listening. I just wasn't sure if I was ready to start. No. I just want to say thank you. My name is Julie Salter. I do career and job placement here at Louisiana Delta Community College. This is an exciting week. Ryan and I are partnering together on a lot of different activities. And so I am very excited to be a part of this presentation. We do have some of our Gear Up participants that I see on the call. And we want to thank them for participating today. The Gear Up program is part of the Louisiana College of Education and LATech. And so we have programs available with them that are STEM related and career related for Gear Up. And so they are on this call. And I just want to say that thank you to them. And I'm going to turn the time over to Ryan Pierce, the division chair.
So hey, everybody, those that are still with us or that are joining us again for this session, we appreciate it. My name is Ryan Pierce, division chair for the School of Business and Technology at Louisiana Delta Community College. We have had the pleasure to welcome Josh Tannehill from Lumen Technologies. He is all things cybersecurity. Please check him out.
Yeah, I'm hearing some feedback.
I know, yeah, sorry about that. Is it better now?
Yeah.
I apologize. Yeah, Josh is all things technology and cybersecurity. He is a great partner for LDCC and has agreed and always agrees willingly and excitedly to join us to do any type of educational event like this one. So we really appreciate you, Josh. I'm going to mute myself since I'm echoey, and I'm going to let you take over because this is your time. Thanks everybody for being on the call, especially Gear Up and the LDCC folks that joined. Thank you.
Also, Josh, if you would like to record it, you have that option to record it if you would like to.
Oh no, not a chance. I would prefer not to. All right, Ryan, so can you guys hear me okay? Am I coming in loud and clear? Yeah, okay, thumbs up. All right, cool. All right, hey, good afternoon. My name is Joshua Tannehill, nickname J-Tan. I gave myself that nickname and people don't like that, which makes me want to use it even more. I got my start in cybersecurity back in 1996, and today I'm honored to talk to you guys today about, my goal, my focus right now is just to help share my thoughts on careers in cybersecurity and different tactics, techniques, and procedures and things you can do to try to get ahead in any potential cybersecurity careers. Got my agenda. We're going to talk about a little intro who I am, just to give you that perspective. Try to hopefully give myself a little credibility, so I know what I'm talking about. Then I want to dive into, how do you make money in cybersecurity? Do you need a degree? Do you need certification? What do you need? What are some of the most valuable college majors? We're talking about the InfoSec jobs shortage, and some other things here. I'm not going to go one by one, but we'll just talk about things that I think you might want to know as you launch a potential cybersecurity career. All right. So will I make money in cybersecurity? If you don't know how to do a salary survey, a job salary survey, then it's definitely a skill in itself that you should try to leverage. Basically, you go to Google and or your favorite search engine. Sorry, Microsoft Bing is out there. Do a salary survey and check out cybersecurity jobs, and you can see it's a pretty lucrative career. You need to know some keywords, though. Understand what median means, what average means, and understand that these are typically not your starting roles. You don't come right out of college and make this, and you don't come right out of college in Louisiana and make this. You got to take into account years of experience and the geographic location. For example, Denver, Los Angeles, Manhattan, New York, some of those areas have a very high cost of living. So make sure you understand the difference between geographic locations and average salary versus starting salary and those things. But long story short, this slide is showing you can make some pretty good money in cybersecurity. I get asked the question. Oh, I never told you who I am. I never established my credibility. Sorry about that. So I joined the Air Force right out of high school. I graduated from River Oaks High School in Monroe. I went to West Monroe High School for 2 years. I'm a product of the Louisiana public school education system, and I'm proud of it. It gave me a great foundation to join the military, the Air Force, which taught me all I needed to know about networking, computer support, networking, cybersecurity. I retired with 21 years of service in the Air Force and Air National Guard, and they taught me everything I needed to know to get started. I started working at CenturyLink doing cybersecurity incident response back in 2014, and CenturyLink helped teach me everything I needed to know to really launch my career and get to where I am. Now I'm the manager of CenturyLink's trust and safety team, which is a very cool team. And by the way, we're not called CenturyLink anymore. Back in 2019-ish, we changed our name to Lumen Technologies. That might have been 2020. I can't remember. A couple years ago, we are now called Lumen Technologies, formerly known as CenturyLink. And so I have a really cool job with Central. I had a really cool job with the Air Force, and I had a really cool job with the Louisiana National Guard, and I have a really cool job with Lumen Technologies. I get to manage our trust and safety team, and what that means, I can look people in the eyes, and I haven't told Ryan this yet because this is new, Ryan. You haven't known this yet, but part of my job has expanded to now we take law enforcement requests from Europe, Middle East, and Asia. And whenever our Lumen customers commit some sort of crime in those countries, those law enforcement agencies will send my team a subpoena or court order to try to help them with their investigation and make sure that we're keeping public safety safe as we can. So with that said, I've been this role for a couple of years now. So I've been a cyber crime fighter for a couple of years, but now with this new international role, now I can look people in the eyes and say I am an international cyber crime fighter. So I'm very proud of that. We also keep the internet safe and clean. Lumen is the second largest telecommunications provider in America, as measured by route miles of fiber and copper cable. We're not a wireless carrier, but we are in the wireline, and we're a pretty big deal. I think some stats say roughly 70% of the internet traverses our network. We not necessarily have them as a customer, but we peer and partner with other carriers, and that traffic could traverse our network.
That's pretty
So
amazing.
yeah, I get to help in cybersecurity. There's a term called red team and blue team. Blue team being your defenders, help protect networks, and red team being your offense, try to go hack or penetration testing. So I get to help be the blue team for 70% of the world's internet. It's a very cool job. I love my job at Lumen, and I wouldn't have had that skills necessary if I wouldn't have joined the Air Force. I got my associate's degree from the Community College of the Air Force, and now I'm a manager of a Fortune 200 technology company with only a 2-year associate's degree and some experience. So that's a shout out to Louisiana Delta Community College. You can go a long way with your associate's degree from Louisiana Delta. I'm living proof. So that's a little bit about me and my credibility. Hopefully, if the Louisiana Air National Guard and the Active Duty Air Force and Lumen trust me, hopefully you guys will trust me as well. All right, moving on. So I talked about how to do salary surveys. Make sure you know how to do that. And here's where I want to talk about degree versus certification. If you're interested in an IT or cybersecurity degree, definitely pursue that. Louisiana Delta Community College has a great degree program. I used to be an adjunct professor for Louisiana Delta Community College, and I've
Yes, you
looked at
were.
their I looked at their curriculum. I taught, I helped teach it, and it's top of the line. It's very applicable, and it'll definitely help you get that foundation. But don't just stop with the degree. Also go for those certifications. Those show the employers the specialty, some of that niche type of skill that you might need, like a Cisco cert or a Microsoft cert, or some sort of security plus certification. Those are all key and critical. So I get asked that question a lot. Is a degree worth it? Do I need to go certification? And my answer is always both. If you can do both, do both. Sometimes the certification might give you a little bit of instant gratification and maybe give you a leg up immediately, but never overlook the importance of a degree. That degree, unlike the certification, you got to do continuous education credits to keep that certification valid. Your degree will last you a lifetime, and it shows your dedication and level of effort that you put into it. So I'll stop there. Ryan, am I on track here? Is this kind of what you were envisioning?
Oh yeah, that sounds great.
All right, cool. Just want to make sure I'm on track. So next topic I wanted to dive into is valuable college majors. If you're going to go into a degree program, obviously I'm biased towards cybersecurity and IT, but and Louisiana Delta Community College offers several degree programs that are not just IT related, but they're all in STEM. That's science, technology, engineering, and math. So any of your most valuable college majors will be STEM degrees. So definitely, if you're going to go to college, you're going to spend the time and money, energy, and effort in getting a degree. Most likely, you're doing that because you want to get a good job that pays you money. I'm often asked career versus home life balance. And if you're going to be working, most people are going to be working until their 60s. If you're going to be working, you might as well work and make the most money you can while you're working. You have a limited shelf life. You can't work forever, so you might as well make the most money you can. And STEM degrees definitely can help you get that return on your time and energy investment. All right, what this slide shows here, we talked about degrees and definitely plug for Louisiana Delta Community College. Great curriculum there. But if you want to go the certification route, I found this amazing security certification progression chart. You can Google it. That's how I found it. I think the first one was on Reddit. This is a couple years old. I need to update the slide deck, but the premise still remains. And the updated slide is very similar. But what it shows, going from left and right, it shows the different certifications you can get in that particular track: the security management track, security architecture track, security analysis track, defensive operations, offensive operations, and security engineering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So six. People say, "Oh, I want to go into cybersecurity." Okay, that sounds cool, but take a deeper dive into cybersecurity. There's 6 different tracks you can go to, and then inside of those different tracks, there's entry level, medium level, and senior level certifications that you can get that'll help you in that track. And that's what this it's called an infographic. That's what this chart shows. And if you look at these big ones here, Security Plus covers many of these tracks. The CISP covers a few of these tracks. Any scripting language traverses many of these tracks, Python being one of the most common these days. So if you're looking, I don't know where to start. I want to get a degree in IT. I want to get a certification. I don't know where to start. Start with one of these that kind of opens doors for many of the different categories or career tracks you can go, because you'll get the most bang for your buck. You learn Python and Security Plus, now you've got doors open in all these different careers you could go. So that's what this chart shows. It's a simple Google chart, Google search on security certification progression chart, and you'll find this. Next slide is, all right, what this slide is showing is very busy. Don't worry, I don't expect you to read it all. Just know that each one of these words you can't read is a company. It's an employer out there who needs cybersecurity talent. It's also an employer out there that is a vendor, a technology vendor that helps businesses with their cybersecurity. So what I'm trying to show with this slide is there is a cybersecurity skills talent. We need more IT professionals and cybersecurity professionals, because you can't really do business in the year 2022 and beyond without IT and without cybersecurity professionals. So any business, no matter which sector it is going to need IT talent and cybersecurity talent. And then as the world gets more and more dependent on technology, internet, things of that nature, all these new companies start up to help support that. And these new companies also need cybersecurity talent. So it's like an exponential growth of the need for cybersecurity talent. That's what I wanted to show you here. Talking about the job shortage, there's an infosec job shortage, and part of this problem, there's a perception out there with a lot of people saying, hey, go into IT, go into cybersecurity, because there's a job shortage, you can get a job easy. Problem is, really, this needs to be said, there's a senior level talent job shortage. What I mean by that is I don't want anybody getting started in their entry level careers to get started and think they're going to make $100,000 a year coming right out of college just because there's a job shortage. A lot of these employers need that senior talent, and that's really where the shortage is. It's kind of, I guess, saturated for the entry level market, but having the cream rise to the top, that's kind of where the talent shortage is. So just be aware of that. Don't mean to discourage you. Definitely a lot of infosec and cybersecurity entry level jobs out there to get, but just be mindful that it's really those senior jobs and higher that we're really hurting in America and probably the world. Now this is a topic right here that's near and dear to my heart. Some things that I didn't mention earlier in my credibility when I was trying to establish a little bit of credibility with you guys was I'm also, in addition to my day job with Lumen Technologies, formerly CenturyLink, I'm also the president of the Louisiana chapter of the Cloud Security Alliance, and I'm also the vice president of the Acadiana region of the InfraGard, Louisiana chapter of InfraGard, and I'm also the president of the Southwest Louisiana Cybersecurity Club that I started, and I also was a founder and president of the LATech, Northeast Louisiana Cybersecurity Professional Networking Group up in Monroe for the longest time. I've recently let that go, where it's going to kind of change to LATech, more of a focus on technology, not just security. So what I've mentioned is a lot of networking, professional networking clubs, groups, organizations that I attend, but I'm actually the founder or the leader of. Let that sink in. I wanted these professional networking opportunities in Louisiana and Monroe and Lake Charles, where I live now, and they weren't there. So instead of just complaining or doing nothing, I started it. I saw a need and I filled a need. And that's how important professional networking is to me. It's so important that it wasn't there, so I started it. So if I can start a group, you guys can at least attend a meeting here or there. What I'm going to outline here is a couple of different key points of the importance of professional networking. New job opportunities. So proud JTAN moment. I founded and organized the very first ever Southwest Louisiana Cybersecurity Summit down here in Lake Charles last year. Had about 20, 25 people show up. It was kind of cool event. Had the FBI come talk, had Department of Homeland Security come talk. It was a cool event. Well, this year, this July, we did it, and we did it bigger and better. And we actually had it at LaBerge Casino Resort. We had several vendors support it to keep it free. We had over 100 people show up, and guess what? One young man just got laid off, came to my cybersecurity summit, met a vendor there, and got a job just from that professional networking opportunity from a conference that wouldn't have been there if it wasn't for me pushing to have it. So job opportunities is a great reason to do that professional networking, be a part of it. Networking can lead to new job opportunities you may have never known about otherwise. Because sometimes that next job isn't going to be posted on monster.com or dice.com or whatever the online job sites are. Sometimes hiring managers, and I can speak firsthand as a hiring manager for a Fortune 200 technology company, a lot of times these hiring managers, they want that referral. They want that word of mouth. They want somebody they know and trust to refer somebody that they know and trust. And having that line, that professional networking, having building up your contacts in the industry, it can definitely help you. A second thing that's important to professional networking, we mentioned earlier certifications. Some of these certifications, like the CISP, for example, you have to maintain continuous education. You got to show that you're not just getting the cert and then forgetting everything. You got to maintain it with a continuous professional education. And attending some Cloud Security Alliance events or going to cybersecurity conferences or going to local meetups in Monroe, that can help you stay sharp professionally and maybe earn some credits along the way for your certification so you can maintain them. A third thing here, this is, I would say, very important for those young professionals just getting started in their career. And it's something that's often understated or overlooked. And Ryan agrees with me. This is something me and Ryan talk to students about all the time. Joining those professional networking groups, it can differentiate yourself from your peers. As a hiring manager, if I got two candidates and both candidates have the same GPA, the same curriculum, the same major, a lot of the same, certifications, but the one thing that's different is one individual goes to the different networking groups and participates and does, public speaking or somehow shows that they're going to these different meetings and these meetups. What that shows to me is it shows that not only do you want to do the book study and not only do you want to have the knowledge, but you care so much that you spend your off-duty hours networking with people and learning in your off time. And what that means, to summarize it, is it shows a passion. If I got two candidates and one has passion and one doesn't, I'm hiring the passionate employee, the one that's passionate about cybersecurity, the one that does cybersecurity because it's a hobby, because they love it. And the reason I'm looking for that is those type of employees typically don't burn out as quick, and they typically know their stuff very well because they love it. So this is a way you can differentiate yourself. And then the final thing is, a lot of these events, especially the ones that I host, I give away free food and free adult beverages if you're 21 years or older. And it's fun and it's a laid back environment where you can learn. So there, I said why I think professional networking is important. All right, next, importance of professional networking continued, I guess. Here's one other point. Is common in the IT industry and cybersecurity for us to be introverted and a recluse, someone who doesn't want to leave their house. But I challenge you to fight that urge, even if it's just once a month. Fight that urge, because a good employee can work well with their teammates. Sometimes you might need someone who's hardcore into coding and developing, and they don't need to talk to anybody. They can make a magical work product, and they can be introverted recluse type. That's rare, but it's possible. But don't take your chances on that. Learn to get yourself out there, fake it till you make it. You might not be an extrovert, but at least be an extrovert that one night. You'll find in the industry, especially these professional networking events, the average person at that event is very nice and they're willing to share what they know and they want to help you. All you got to do is say, "Hey, I'm Josh, I'm a student," or "Hey, I'm Josh and I'm new to the industry," and people want to help. So get yourself out of your comfort zone just a little bit. That's all I'm asking. Next slide. How does failing fast help you in your career, and what does fail stand for? So this is important for me to share with people. When they say, "I want to go into cybersecurity," a lot of times the top two things that they want to do in cyber, you guys remember from them earlier slides, there's a lot of different ways you can go into cybersecurity. But the common most two things I hear people talk about are digital forensics, like a forensics investigator, like Abby on CSI, or they want to do hacking. They want to be a hacker, professional hacker, an ethical hacker, sometimes called penetration testing. Those are the two most common things that people think they want to do, and that's fine. Those are great careers. But how do you know you really like it until you do it? I recommend you go do it. Get the books, read the books, get some labs, do some labs, volunteer your time outside of work, and see if you can do it, because that's what failing fast means. Is I think I want to be a pen tester. Let me just not overthink it. Let me go do some pen testing. I may learn to hate it, or I may learn, the more I learn, the more I love it. I may think I want to do digital forensics. Let me download some of these free digital forensics tools and let me try to do some forensics on my old laptop and see what I can find. I may learn to hate it, that I hate it, or I may learn that I love it and want to know more. But you never know until you go do it. So to quit talking about it, go do it. And the quicker you do it, the quicker you can learn if that's really the career you want, or maybe it's not. So one of the things I tell people when they tell me I want to be digital forensics, I say, okay, cool, but that's a very tedious and monotonous job, and you might have to be subjected to a lot of pornography and child sex abuse material that you may not have thought about. So when you join that, when you start going down that road and you seek out a mentor who's doing it, ask those questions early. How do you do it? What do you like about it? What do you hate about it? Because you may learn something like, oh God, I gotta see child sex material if I want to be a digital forensics for the FBI. Okay, well that's not it for me. But you'd rather learn that stuff early and fast rather than take your time and tiptoe into it and then find out after you've invested a year's worth of time and money into it and then decide you don't want it. That's not a good way to do it. So dive in head first, ask questions, fail fast. And a lot of people think that failing is a negative. You know, there's a stigma with failing. And in our industry, I challenge you to change your mindset. There's two different mindsets out there. There's a book about it. You can Google it. There's a fixed mindset and there's a growth mindset. I want everyone on this call to understand the difference between the two and always strive to have a growth mindset. And when you have a growth mindset, what that's going to do is that's going to help you see that failure is not negative. Failure is actually a positive. It just means it's your first attempt in learning. That's what fail stands for. And you learn by making mistakes, and then you try to avoid those mistakes and you try to move forward. And when you fail, you're actually learning. And how is learning a bad thing? So change your mindset from a fixed mindset where failure is negative and change it to a growth mindset where failure means learning and learning is positive. All right. Next slide is here's some ways you can fail in a private way. You don't have to, you can learn a lot. Every Christmas there's this holiday hack challenge, and it's a professionally done ethical hacker type challenge. And there'll be a new one coming out this Christmas, and you can hack boxes, you can learn a lot of technical jargon, you can do it at your own pace. And you can fail fast or you can fail slow, but you're learning. You're moving forward by learning. There's lots of things out there like that, but here's just one of the more popular ones. And then I'm going to go ahead and end the talk. I guess I'm a little bit early. Sorry about that, Ryan, but maybe we have time for questions. But how to find me. Here's my email. I'm on Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn. And I'm also, well, I'm on Facebook privately. I don't really maintain this LATech page anymore, but I need to update this slide as well. But yeah, that's how you can find me. I'm probably most active on LinkedIn. But that's me. That's how to find me. And I'm very approachable. I love helping people. I love mentoring where I can. And I'm an advocate for you. So leverage me as your resource. Ryan, I'm going to throw it back to you, sir.
Okay, so first of all, I have to ask, are you hearing an echo anymore? Oh, can you hear me?
I was not, no.
Okay, good, because we have speakers going everywhere in the student commons area. So, but thank you so much for presenting that information. You know, you have been an ally for LDCC and for everybody that you come in contact with, and those that are on the call. If you are please take advantage of Josh Tannehill's expertise. Follow him on LinkedIn. If you don't have a LinkedIn profile, just make something up real quick and just go straight to his page and follow, because he's got a lot of great conversations that go on between him and other professionals. He tends to add value to the space as far as cybersecurity is concerned, and really all things tech. And like you said, you started a bunch of networking opportunities for folks that have that on their radar. And I just would say, it's just a lot of great things that you're doing, including, and hopefully we can get you to come back and teach a little bit at some point in the future. I know your plate is full, but we definitely appreciate that. Can you summarize for everybody what your thoughts are? Is there like a 3 or 4 point plan to stand out in technology that you can just summarize real quick? There are 3 or 4 things that you think, or 5 things you think a person who's interested in a career in IT or cybersecurity should be doing. Maybe a short list.
Yeah,
I think you said it already, but just to summarize.
Yeah, sure. I think I covered at least 3 of those in my slide deck, but the top 3 that come to mind, I know you're asking for 4 or 5, but let me start with my top 3. Number 1 is actually 1 and 2 in no particular order is pursue your degree and pursue your certifications. You can pursue them at the same time. You can do them in parallel. And so I would say those are top 1 and 2, because that's that training, that's that education, that's that knowledge that you need to have that foundation before you can get the experience. So the experience is number 3, but a lot of times there's the cart before the horse. How do you get experience if you don't have the knowledge and no one's going to give you the job?
That's right.
And that's where volunteering in your cities can help. Find some nonprofit organizations out there that don't really have a lot of money, or small businesses out there that don't have a lot of money to spend on staff, and go do some internships with them. You can do unpaid internships. You could augment their staff for free or for little cost, and it's a win-win situation. They win because they get free or cheap labor, but you win because you get to put that on your resume, and that shows real world in the trenches experience. So don't be afraid to go find the local food bank and see if there's any IT project or security project that they may need help with. Don't be afraid to go to your local churches and be like, hey, who does your audio visual media? Who's helping you with your web page? Has anybody ever done a security audit on your assets? Has anybody done an asset inventory? There's a lot of organizations that struggle with asset inventory. Knowing which hardware and which software they have that they need to keep safe and secure, that is a challenge. So start with that. Put that on the resume. I did an internship at the church. I helped with asset inventory to help, minimize risk of breach. Whatever. Now you got real world experience. So that's the top 3. I would say number 4. Professional networking. I can't plug that one enough for all the reasons I outlined before. And I would say a 5th one that I didn't really mention would seek out a mentor.
That's the one.
And have regular cadence with them, at least quarterly, at least every 3 months. I got to tell you a little story about this one young man. He impressed the heck out of me. Actually, I got 2 stories about mentorship. One is because of my LinkedIn, the activity I do on there, and I guess because I make myself approachable, I had a young man in New York City attending New York University doing cybersecurity things, and he just sent me a private message on LinkedIn, unsolicited. You could call it a cold call, whatever you want to call it. And he was like, hey, you don't know me. I'm a 3rd-year student at New York University learning cybersecurity. I've seen some of the stuff you post on your LinkedIn. I was hoping you could maybe mentor me. And I was flattered. I was honored. I'm like, heck yeah, sure, let's do it. And I put together this whole mentorship outline, like a curriculum. I said, all right, we need to meet every 3 months. What is your goals? How can I help you? And he got his first ever job after graduating last year. He got a job making $80,000 working for American Express, a credit card company. New York is like the financial hub, so it's very common to have these financial type jobs. So he got a job right out of college making like 80K doing cybersecurity for American Express. And when he got his job and he shared it on LinkedIn, he tagged me in it and said I made a difference and helped him get his job with American Express. That made me almost want to cry, because he just reached out of nowhere. And so you do that too. Go find someone that you think you like their content, what they're posting, and seek out a mentorship with them, and see where that goes.
Sounds like everybody that wants to jump into this game has to be a little brave, and they have to
Yeah.
be able to communicate, which is sometimes a forgotten skill when you think about technology folks just kind of, being in a basement somewhere coding something or hacking away at something. But communication is key in this business. And so, as you said before, we're talking about education, we're talking about certification, we're talking about professional networking, we're talking about finding a mentor, which is incredible, and again, speaking up and volunteering for opportunities. Don't wait for the opportunity to come to you, is what you're saying, right, Josh? You're
Yes,
saying
sir.
create the opportunity, ask around. How can I be of assistance? How can I apply what I learned in the classroom right now? And then, like you said, put it on your resume as a portfolio project or something that then somebody can say, well, Johnny says he did, or Sarah says she did X. I'm going to call that company up and see exactly what that was about. What did they do? How did they perform? Would you recommend them? And that goes a long way. So it's all networking in a sense, even when you volunteer for projects.
Yeah, well said, Ryan. I agree. You summarized very succinctly. Well done.
All right. Did anybody out there in Cyberland have any questions or some thoughts? Or has Josh Tannehill been influential in your development? Anybody that's out there on the call, please unmute and say something. Say so.
Hello. Can y'all hear me?
Hey, Xavier.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Graduate from Louisiana Delta Community College. Had a question about you were talking about the certs, right? And how long would you suggest between doing something like, say, a Security Plus versus, was that CISSP or CISA or?
There's several. Like, there's so many.
Right.
So are you asking, from the time you get your entry level cert, how long do you think people should wait before they go for those
For the
medium
higher
or
ups.
professional certs?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So there's two answers to that question. One is some of these certifications, those professional level certifications, they actually require X amount of years of industry experience. So that could dictate the answer right there, very black and white. For this example, the CISP, in order to be certified as a CISP, you not only have to pass the written exam, you also, in order to obtain the credential, need to have 5 years of industry experience. So that might help sway you into, well, I'm not going to do that with just 1 year experience. I'll wait. But there's other options where you could actually take the written test with only 1 year or no years of experience, and you get some sort of qualification where you're not a fully minted CISSP, but you're like a CISP junior or whatever the equivalent is. So it really depends on the certification, but in general, I don't think you should wait at all. Anything more than what the minimum requirement is for that cert. If you know the knowledge, go take the test. If you don't know the knowledge but you want the cert, start studying. And one of the things that in the military we always told our troops is, don't let the military wait on you to be ready for that promotion. You go get it. So there's certain requirements you needed to meet in the military to get promoted. And some people could wait and wait and wait, and then the military is ready to promote you, but you didn't have the requirements done. That's not a good look. So same thing with these certifications. Just because you don't wait just because you think you don't know. You don't know until you start studying and go do it. So I think there's two answers to that question, Xavier. One is sometimes the certification tells you how long you should wait, and other times I'd say don't wait at all. Just go for it. Have that growth mindset.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Great question though. Because I can understand, putting myself in those entry level positions. It's intimidating. It's a lot of knowledge that you got to have to pass some of these tests. They're not easy. Um, and so you got to weigh the odds. Do I really want to invest 2 nights a week for the next month to study for this test or not, only you can answer that question. How valuable is your time? What are the things you have going on? How do you think that certification will give you instant gratification? Do you think it'll lead directly to a job? I can tell you a lot of these certifications will help lead directly to employment if you want to work for the federal government or the military. Some of these certifications are actually required, like the Security Plus. So if you have aspirations to work for the DoD, the Department of Defense, or the U.S. federal government, then you may want to just move as fast as you can on getting some of those certifications, because they're prereqs for getting hired. But other private companies like Lumen, we don't really care about the certification. We care about the knowledge that you have. So there may not be a sense of urgency needed. So it depends on the certification, and it depends on what type of career you're looking to go into.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And that's one of my favorite answers. Anytime someone asks me a question about cybersecurity, especially the technical questions, my favorite go-to answer, and it should be yours as well, is it depends. Because there's so many variables that go into all these different equations. So it shows a sign of intelligence when you understand all the different options. So by saying, well, it depends. If you're doing this, you want to go this route. If you're doing that, you got to go that route. So that's a really good answer to make you look smart for future reference. Say it depends, and then give all the options.
All right. Great questions. Great answers. Does anybody else have any thoughts or any questions for Mr. Tannehill?
So Ryan, what else is going on with this week with this career expo, or what you got going on?
Right. Well, certainly. So in conjunction with the Office of Career Services, Ms. Julie Salter, this thing has grown from just a simple Tuesday of virtual events to a whole week. So this week kicked off the first of many virtual activities, which included earlier we had DreamWorks on talking about internships and opportunities to join their team, whether it be part-time or full-time. Yes, sometimes that means moving to another location, but that's okay. But they're interested in seeing where the talent is in Louisiana. Before that, we talked about professional etiquette at career fairs. And then a session that wasn't on Zoom, but that happened at noon, is an actual student of ours at LDCC. His name is Michael Jowers, and he came to us in person, and he represented Magnolia Wealth Strategies, and he was talking to us about how to do a better job of saving and investing, and he did that right in the student commons area, which is where we're broadcasting a lot of this stuff as well.
Cool.
So we're doing it all. We're on Zoom. We're in the student commons area, showing it to students that are passing by or that are interested, and it's also being live streamed as well. So on one of our YouTube channels. So it's been great. And then tomorrow's more of the same. Got Origin Bank coming on to talk. So those that are with Gear Up and those that are tuning in right now, LDCC students, definitely some opportunities there. With LA Gear Up, with Origin, and FedEx is going to come on and talk as well, and the School of Business and Tech is going to talk about the programs to study within. So you mentioned a couple of them already. One of them is specifically IT that you taught in, Josh, and then we're going to have a cybersecurity showcase, actually student showcase that students of ours are going to showcase what they've done in their latest internship. That's going to be great.
That's awesome.
Wednesday, we're doing some resume writing help and more career-oriented type of workshops. And then Thursday, again, on campus we're doing LinkedIn profile headshots. And the barber styling group is coming to cut hair in preparation for those pictures. So it's all great.
So
and then,
cool.
Let me not forget to say this, because Julie will hurt me if I don't say this. The Anime Club is putting on a gaming night. So for those of you who are interested, LDCC is working our way towards esports, but the Anime and Gaming Club has been putting on game nights, whether it be, Scrabble or Super Smash Brothers or anything like that, just all kinds of games you could think of. That's going to happen. That Gaming Club has been doing that for a long time, but Thursday we're going to have another one of those bashes here at the LDCC Monroe campus. So yeah, it's just a full week's worth of activities geared to those who are interested.
That's very cool. It reminds me, I want to give a shout out to the Lumen Careers page for those who are interested. I think you can just do a Google search on Lumen Careers and it'll take you there. But something that I didn't talk about when I was talking about technology jobs and cybersecurity jobs is COVID really transformed the way corporations do work with all the telework, the remote work from home. And Lumen is no different. We are an internet company. We are a technology company. And I want to say close to 70% of our workforce, our 40,000 plus employees, all work from home, either full time or a majority of the time. So if you go look at Lumen's website and you look for careers and you see a job that says Denver or Monroe or Minneapolis, know that most likely that job can be remote as well. You don't need to relocate to Denver or Minneapolis or Monroe. You could probably do it remote. I work remote out of Lake Charles, and a lot of our jobs are remote. So that's, that little piece of advice for Lumen. Keep that in mind as you're doing job searches for any company. I know about 4 years ago, I actually apply. I have a lot of friends who work for cybersecurity for Wells Fargo, a major bank. And they told me, said, yeah, Josh, go apply for this job. It's going to say North Carolina on it, but don't worry. It's really remote. Like that's the inside knowledge I got from my friends. Like the job is really remote. Don't worry about what it says on the job app. It says North Carolina, ignore that. And I'm kind of telling you the same thing about Lumen. So keep that in mind with all these different corporations that you apply for. Have that candid discussion with the recruiter if you get that far and be like, hey, it says Denver, but is there options for remote working from home? And a lot of times because of what COVID did, you might be pleasantly surprised. I also had a situation where I applied for a job and they were very adamant about being in New Orleans. And I was like, well, I really don't want to move to New Orleans. I don't mind visiting, once a week maybe if I need to, but I don't want to work there full time. And they made an exception. They're like, okay, well, your background and skills, you fit the need. So fine, we'll let you. We want someone to work there full time, but because it's you and you have great skills, I'll negotiate and let you work once a week. If you can promise me to be there at least once a week, we'll work with you. So keep that in mind as you're moving forward with your job searches, especially with these technology um, fields. Ryan, anything you want to add to that?
No, excellent advice. We just, thank you for all of your advice that you've been giving us. And I just want to pass it off to Julie to see if she has any last remarks for us.
No, I always love listening to you, Josh, because your experience and everything, it gives people hope. And I love that you give hope to people to pursue things that they love. And you tell them it's not easy, but you can do it. And I really appreciate that. So thank you. I do want to say thank you to the,
You're welcome.
Looks like we had the STEM Magnet School on here today, which, they focus in STEM careers. So that's really awesome that they were on this call today. So I just want to give them a shout out and thank you. So that's it.
All right. Well, with that being said, if nobody else has anything else to add, we appreciate you, Josh. Again, just look up Josh Tannehill on LinkedIn is probably the best place to start. And you'll find that very valuable insights. And then you'll get connected to a whole bunch of other people that'll
Thank
be
you,
of
Ryan and
assistance.
Julie, for the opportunity. I really appreciate you guys for having me on. It was a pleasure, as always.
Yep. All right. Well, with that.
Thank you.
All right. Take care, everybody. See you tomorrow.
It's looking like I have to end it for all. You want me to end it for all?
Go ahead.